Hello, 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 everyone. This is Dr. David speaking at you. We're going to be starting in about 8 minutes. I'm excited to be with you here tonight. My goal tonight is to have as much fun as humanly possible and help you to get the changes you want the way that you want it. A few pre-administrative things. I'll probably repeat a lot of these messages when we turn the camera on. If you're used to a 90-minute webinar, you're probably going to be a little frustrated because my webinars tend to go a little bit closer to 3.5 hours. There's a bunch of things I want you guys to take away from this webinar. This webinar focuses on actionable content, in other words, things that you can actually learn today and put them into practice tonight or even sooner. So my job is to deliver as much content as humanly possible. If you want to get the most out of this webinar, I highly, highly recommend that you be prepared to stand up, sit down, follow all of my instructions, because the more you participate in the content and the process of this webinar, the more rapidly you'll start to discover the effects and the changes happening within you. And it's just the tip of a very large iceberg. So make sure you have things to write with, something to write on. My preference is an actual tablet, like a pad of paper or something like that. But if all you have is your computer screen, that's fine. Make sure you have lots of caffeinated beverages and lots of oxytocin-laden substances to help you drive this learning in further. We'll be starting in about 6 minutes, give or take. For the edification of some of our newer people. We do have a zero tolerance policy as far as trolling goes. So if we do find you misbehaving in one of the chats, there will be no warning. You will simply be removed. We have 3 moderators watching the chats to make sure that the people who came get what they came for. And that's my job today, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're a first timer in Planet David or you've been a veteran coming back week after week and month after month, my job is to help you get the life you want the way that you want it, to get you the change that you came for. And my ability to help you do that is based on your ability to follow my instructions and obey and follow my directions and do what I say. And if you do, you don't even have to believe any of this stuff. It'll just happen because what we do is based on mechanics rather than magic, although it may seem that way at some points. So that being said, we've got about 5 minutes until the official start time. For those of you tuning in from Europe and Australia and other parts of the world where it is in the middle of the night, God bless you. I love you all. Thank you for being with us. Stay with us as long as you can. Take advantage of whatever offers that we make. And if for some reason you have to jump off before the end of the webinar, please circle back and catch the tail end. Because remember, we always we teach right up until the end. There is an offer connected to this webinar, as are with all my webinars, because my job is to teach you as much as humanly possible and point you in the direction of where to go for more when you're ready. So that being said, we've got about 4 minutes till 0 hour. I'm going to go ahead and start my recording. And so that for those of you joining us on YouTube, if you ask me a question in the chat and I answer it in the chat, that will happen in real time. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, there is a delay. I'm streaming this from my Zoom account. So there is a delay between the time I verbally answer a question and the time it shows up in your platform. So if that happens, just understand that I may have seen your question, but the answer hasn't come through. If for some reason I don't answer your question, and I love questions, but sometimes the format of our webinar doesn't always allow me to answer every single question. A lot of times because they go by so fast that I don't see them. If I do not answer your question, there are several ways that you can get your questions answered. I'm going to go through them once we begin the actual webinar portion in about 3 minutes. So if you need to use the restroom, go ahead and do that. Make sure you have things to write with, and we will go. We will be starting very, very soon. Okay, just stay with us and be prepared to be here about 3.5 hours or so, give or take. And we are going to go on an amazing journey into the power of how to reprogram your subconscious mind. Stay tuned. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to How to Reprogram Your Subconscious Mind. I'm your host for tonight's amazing exploration into the power of your mind, body, and soul, and how they all work together to create the kind of changes that you want. We'll be doing what I lovingly call the Dr. David. Hold on a second. Is my recording paused? Hold on a second. It was such a good start, too. All right. Let's try that again. Hello, everyone. This is Dr. David Snyder, and welcome to our amazing and exciting exploration into the wonderful world of how to reprogram your subconscious mind for success, health, wealth, and happiness. We'll be starting the official presentation in just a few minutes, but I do have a few administrative details that I would like to kind of get out of the way before we jump into the meat of the material. For those of you who are new to our particular process, let me go over a few things with you very, very quickly. If politically incorrect language, colorful metaphors, swearing, or the word boobies offends you, this is probably not the best use of your time. I'm a teacher who believes in telling people like it is. I use very plain, often very provocative language. That being said, my job is to provoke you, never to offend you. So one of the things you'll discover as you get deeper into the nuances of working with your own unconscious mind is that many times the things that trigger us are the shortest paths to the biggest gains and the biggest progress in our life. So my intention is never to offend anyone, but I will say very provocative things. So if you're not somebody who responds well to being provoked or being asked to do things or guided through processes, probably not the best time for you. If you're used to webinars that have like a 90-minute format, where you log on and you hear pitch, buy my stuff, tease, buy my stuff, 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 you're probably going to be a little disappointed. Our webinars are very, very focused on delivering solid, hardcore, real world proven actionable content. My goal here tonight is for you to come away with the specific tools that you need to move your life forward in the direction that you want to move it. Okay. So that being said, here's how we have a process we call a free form webinar. And the way that works is that for the next 60 minutes or so, I am going to move you through fundamental principles, building blocks of how to reprogram your subconscious mind. I'm going to introduce you to principles, basic techniques, the nuances of how to work with your own unconscious. Those building blocks are going to form the foundation of some processes that we are going to do towards the end of the webinar. So let me explain that a little bit to you. I'm going to give you as much as I can. If this is the scope of everything that there is to learn in terms of reprogramming your subconscious mind, we have time for this, even with 3 hours. Right. And so my commitment to you is this. My promise is I will take you as far as I can in the time that we have, and I will point you in the direction of where to go to take your life to the next step, to go to the next level, if that's something you really want to do. Is that fair? If you think that's a fair trade, go ahead and type that in the chat for me. Let me pull up my chat so I can see people responding. Cool. Excellent. Very good. That being said, we are streaming from our Zoom platform to our Zoom attendees, as well as to our students on YouTube. You may hear some noise in the background because my children just got home from school and they're probably going to be fighting with their nanny anytime now. So here's how it's going to work. We always have the next step embedded or built into the webinar. So first 60 minutes, I'm going to deliver as much content as humanly possible. And then I'm going to share with you the next step. In other words, a program or a package that I've put together that will allow you, if you join and you grab a hold of it, to take your life to the next level. That's going to take about 20 or 30 minutes, depending on the questions that we have and things of that nature. After that, once that part is done, we're going to circle back. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to continue to teach for the next 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes, whatever it is, for as long as you need to get the things you need handled, if that makes any kind of sense. So part of this webinar is what I call a free form webinar. In other words, there's a standardized presentation, and then I'm actually going to stop the PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to ask you what it is you want to learn about, where you want to focus. I'm going to customize the content of tonight's webinar to helping as many of you as possible drill down on the specific processes that you need so that you can put your life, take your action and move your life forward. Does that sound like a fair trade? Does that sound like a good way to go for tonight? Go ahead and type that in the chat. I am a teacher. I'll be right up front with you. I am a teacher who thrives on feedback. So When I ask you to respond, please do so. The more you participate in this webinar tonight, the more you participate in this class, this is for you, the more you'll get out of this, okay? Now, if you are brand new to tonight's webinar, go ahead and type brand new, first time, your name and where you're checking in from in the chat, and then press send, so I know. And there's a specific reason why. Second time from Belgium, excellent. If you're a veteran, if you've been bebopping around Planet David for any length of time, and you've actually taken our materials, gone out into the world, and actually used them and gotten a result, please type in veteran and what you did and how you applied it and how it worked for you, okay? And there's a very specific reason for that. It's because since I am streaming to 2 platforms, there is a delay between when I speak on the screen and it appears in Zoom. And so what happens is the chats in YouTube are in real time. And so a lot of times the questions fly by so fast I don't see them, right? So for my veterans, the people who've been around Planet David for a while, your job, if you choose to accept it, is if you see a question in the chat that is directly related to a piece of material from you've learned from us, that you've employed out in the street and gotten a powerful, successful result with it, I invite you to answer that person's question, okay? If I don't answer it or it's relevant to you, please go ahead and answer that in the chat for them. If you're not satisfied with that answer, in other words, you want me to answer your question directly and for some reason I don't answer it in the chat, at the end of this webinar, YouTube will automatically create a replay, okay? And so all you need to do is if you want me to personally answer your question, go back to the comment section when this video goes live as a replay on YouTube, type your question in the comment section below this video, because I always go back after every webinar for the next week or so, and I review all the questions and comments and I answer them. So if I can help you, I will. If I can't help you, I'll tell you that too. And I will point you in the direction of where to go that I think might give you the biggest and most appropriate answer to your question. Does that all sound like a fair trade? Go ahead and type that in the chat if you think you're ready to go. Okay, then with your permission, without further ado, I'd like to officially begin what I lovingly call the Dr. David Dog and Pony Show. Welcome to How to Reprogram Your Subconscious Mind for Success, Health, Wealth, and Happiness. I'm Dr. David Snyder, and revealed in this exclusive online masterclass training, you are going to learn some of the most powerful psychological tips for reprogramming your subconscious mind, how to remove blocks to your success, get rid of negative emotions, how to program your mind for unlimited success, health, wealth, and happiness. This course is going to be about, like I said, it's going to be about 60 minutes of content, 30 minutes of where to go next, circling back to the second half of the webinar, where we're going to actually drill down on the building blocks and the foundations that we laid in the first part of this webinar. And then we will customize the content so that you get what you want the way that you want it. So many of you who are first time to Planet David may be asking, who the heck is David Snyder, Dr. David Snyder, and why should I care? Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, I'm actually a doctor of acupuncture and Chinese medicine. I graduated with a doctorate from Pacific College of Oriental Medicine. I've been practicing and a licensed acupuncturist here in the state of California since 2005, where my specialty is treating physiological illness that has as its root repressed emotion. So while many people in the hypnosis and NLP world are dealing with smoke cessation or social anxieties, things of that nature, which I deal with as well, weight loss. Most of the clients I get, most of the patients I get are actually suffering from acute and chronic illnesses as well. Things related to adverse childhood events like post-traumatic stress, child abuse, sexual abuse. I get a lot of things like cancer and Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, things that are rooted in very deeply held repressed emotions. So that has been my specialty since 2005. I'm also a licensed NLP practitioner. And in 2020, I was named the #1 NLP trainer of the year by globalgurus.org. I've been among the top 2 NLP trainers in the world for the last 5 years, since about 2016, 17 is when we started. I've authored over 15 different products on various forms of human influence, everything from how to reprogram your subconscious mind to how to use conversation hypnosis for sales, marketing, attraction, dating, relationships, sensuality enhancement, things of that nature. And I also deal a lot with energetics and energy healing as well. In 2020, I received this letter from globalgurus.org, and it is with great pleasure to announce that your training, Killer Influence, has been chosen by the global peers and ranked as the #1 best program in the world for NLP. And if you click on this link right here, it takes you to this page. Let me just make this a little bit bigger for you. And you can see all the courses that were compared to our Killer Influence course. And we were ranked #1, which I thought I was really proud of for a couple of reasons. A, it's always nice to be considered, #1. But also, I never promoted Killer Influence as an NLP course. It certainly utilizes NLP, but it's an influence and persuasion course as well as a people reading course. So it was interesting that we actually took that spot without even trying to get it. So that was exciting for us. Let me go back to, I also have, hold on a second. Let me close that out. Okay. I also am a lifelong martial artist. I have a 10th degree black belt in Ryukyu Kempo Karate, which is an Okinawan system. I have a 4th degree black belt in Shaolin Kung Tao, 2nd degree black belt in Kosho Kempo Ryu, 1st degree black belt in Fanku Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. I'm a certified instructor in Combat Sistema, Cinco Mano Eskrima, and a basic instructor in Modern Arnis. I lovingly tell people I have more energy healing credentials at McDonald's sells hamburgers, Reiki master teacher, advanced pranic healer and pranic psychotherapist, advanced DNA theta healing with manifestation and Bengston energy healing, as well as many forms of Qigong. People often ask when they see this laundry list, what the heck does all these things have in common? Well, first of all, they all have one thing in common, your subconscious mind. And how specifically does it have to do with your subconscious mind? That's state control and pattern recognition. You see, all of these disciplines require you to have an integration of mind and body. It requires you to be able to spot patterns and utilize them both to interrupt patterns that need to be interrupted, as well as to enhance patterns that need enhancement. So what do all these things have to do with health, success, wealth, and happiness? Pretty much everything, because success leaves clues. I believe it was Anthony Robbins who said that. And what that means is that everything human beings do follows a process. And that process is equivalent to a pattern. And once you understand how to become aware of those patterns, whether they're patterns that hold you back or patterns that move your life forward, you now have the ability to make a change. I tell all of my students, and many of you who've been around Planet David for any length of time have heard me say this before, that without awareness, there is no choice. So part of my job as your instructor tonight is to help you to become more self-aware, to become aware of the patterns and the programs running below the threshold of your conscious mind, bring them into conscious awareness, and teach you very, very systematically how to change them, how to work with them. Once you understand how you actually work, change can be as simple as pointing to where you feel it, reaching out and touching it. I'm oversimplifying just a tiny bit, but not that much. You don't even have, the best part is you don't even have to believe that what I'm saying, you don't have to believe what I'm saying for it to work. A lot of people have this belief that in order for hypnosis or these subconscious disciplines to work, you have to believe in them. Actually, you don't. That's kind of what's cool, is because much of what we're doing is a mechanical process. And once you understand that process, what's really necessary is just to follow the instructions with absorption and focus. So I wanted to jump off my PowerPoint for just a minute and just kind of elaborate and elucidate on that point for you. You do not have to believe these things will work. All you have to do is follow the instructions. And after that, it's just wash, rinse, repeat. Okay. But the secret to this is to be as playful as humanly possible. Just by a show of hands, really, or not by show of hands, obviously, but by a show of interactiveness in the chat. How many of you would like to be 30% better at everything? Go ahead and type me, I want to be better at everything in the chat, or me too in the chat if you'd like to be. Yes. Very good. Okay. Here's the secret. Not to be confused with the secret that we talk about. Adopt a playful, fun-loving, curious attitude towards everything. That particular statistic comes from a very, very easy-going field, being facetious, by the way, called hostage negotiation. FBI agents and researchers discovered that in the context of hostage negotiation, when the negotiator himself or herself is more easygoing, more playful, more go with the flow, less judgmental, they are 30 to 33% better at everything. They are more aware, they are more flexible, they are more adaptable, they come up with better solutions faster. And what's even more interesting for those of you who are influence students, and I have a lot of students who come to me to learn how to influence people better, their counterparts, the hostage taker, is actually 30 to 33% more compliant. In other words, the bad guy does more of what you want them to do. Would that be useful to make people who give you a hassle to maybe have an agenda that's contra to what you want, be more flexible and compliant in giving you what you want? Would that be useful? Type that in the chat if you think that's more useful, right? So again, what you're going to find is that success leaves clues. One of those is going to be state control and pattern recognition. Now, state control is when I talk about being playful and curious, that's state control. When I talk about pattern recognition, it's talking about watching the things that keep happening and seeing the pattern arise, right? So these two things are the core of every piece of work that you're going to do, whether it's intrapersonal influence, in other words, influencing yourself, or interpersonal influence, influencing one or more people. You got to control your state, you got to recognize patterns, and you've got to use those patterns effectively, right? That's just what it means to be a successful communicator. Successful communicators, whether they know it consciously or not, are always using patterns of success, okay? Like I said, success leaves clues. And if you want to be more successful, more healthy, wealthy, and happier, follow the instructions I give you today to the letter, and you will be amazed at how rapidly things start to change. But again, wrap everything within this playful, curious, let's see what happens mindset, and discover for yourself whether these things work for you or not. And that's another thing I want to kind of put out there right away. Everything works for somebody. Again, let me say that again. Everything works for somebody. Nothing works for everybody. I only want to work with the people I know can benefit from these technologies. So here's what I recommend you do. Put all your skepticism on the shelf. It's okay to be skeptical, just don't be negative, right? Do the drills, test the results. If it resonates with you, if you find that it gives you it moves your life in the direction you want, whether a little bit or a lot, stay with it. If it doesn't resonate with you, if it doesn't jibe with you think the way the world should be, find somebody else. Find a teacher whose processes and organizations actually allow you to move forward with that. I want you to be successful. And I recognize that some people don't want to learn from a guy in a vest, right? Some people, are just out to prove that they can't be fixed, right? And that's okay. Do the drills, make your own decisions as how far you want to go, how fast, okay? So let me go back to my PowerPoint. Vest identity, yes, very good. Hold on a second here. All right. Okay, so is this class for you? All right, here we go. This is where we find out if you belong here or not. If you can answer yes to 2 or more of these questions, this is the right place for you. This is the right place for you if you would like to learn how to banish fear and insecurity from your life, to radiate confidence, assertiveness, and power, and be considered truly alpha by your own standards. If you would like some more of that for yourself, go ahead and type, "That's for me. I want that. How do I do that?" in the chat. Right? If you'd like to learn how to generate and become super attractive to members of the opposite sex, and maybe even make them find you charming and fascinating and irresistible, you're in the right place. There's going to be some very powerful techniques that if you understand them and apply them, you will become the most fascinating person in the room most of the time. I want to warn you, if you start doing this for real, you may have trouble getting yourself out of large mobs of people wanting to talk to you. Okay, so if you're okay with that, keep going. Right? If you'd like to make more money, book more clients for your business, get that raise or promotion that you know you deserve, go ahead and type, "I want that" in the chat, and let's get that, okay? If you'd like to protect yourself from manipulative people, if you'd like to learn how to handle difficult people much more easily, this is the place for you right now. All of the things that I'm talking about right now are going to be available to you as a byproduct from this webinar, Okay. If you'd like to have people thinking and feeling and acting the way you want them to, so that they naturally want to follow your lead, good place for you to be. One of the very first exercises that you're going to learn is what we call the emotional bonding checklist, or in this context, we call it the emotional motivation checklist. It's the reason why we do everything we do. And once you understand this concept, once you understand this phenomenon and how to generate it in yourself and then transfer that to others, people will literally salivate to do what you want them to do for their own reasons. And you'll never have to make shit up ever again. It's really kind of cool. But be careful. It's really, really powerful. I'm going to share that technology with you in the context of motivating and influencing yourself, but it's very easy to transfer that into an interpersonal or group dynamic. Okay. If you would like to program yourself to create massive financial abundance with more than enough money to buy the things you want and then some, pay attention to the content of this webinar, because at the second half, we're going to start to show you how to put things into your future so that your neurology just guides you to it like a GPS on autopilot. Okay. If you'd like to learn how to nail 2 or 3 job interviews out on the spot, or 2 or 3 job interviews, 2 out of 3 job interviews on the spot, have them salivating to hire you, refer back to that emotional bonding checklist and that emotional motivation checklist that I just mentioned. It'll help you do that there too. If you'd like to learn how to inspire your employees, your children, your spouse to do what you want, to get them to want to do what you want, pay attention once again, because we're going to show you the secret sauce for how to make that happen. There's 2 techniques that really allow you to do that really, really quick. We're going to talk about both of them tonight on this webinar. Okay. If you'd like to surround yourself with lots of new, trustworthy, and loyal friends, pay very close attention, because once again, success leaves clues. And there are 2 types of people. There's actually 3 kinds of people in our life. There are people who add value to our life, who make us better people, make us more of what we want to be. There's people who don't add any value, but they don't take away any value. And then there's people who eliminate value, who make us feel less about ourselves. You're going to learn very, very quickly how to slot those people into people you want to add value to your life, people who are neutral, people who are completely, get rid of them. All right. And by the way, I will tell you right now that getting rid of the bad people is probably harder than surrounding yourself with good people. And we'll talk about some of the principles for why that is. Okay. If you've ever fantasized about having the ability to put people under your spell, kind of like to have this amazing charisma that just reaches out and sucks people in and connects fully with you, and they want to follow your lead, pay attention, because I'm going to give you the foundations and the building blocks of that, right? I can't show you, and like I said, if this is the scope of everything that we could be teaching you about how to work with the subconscious mind, we have time for about this. So my promise to you, once again, my commitment is to take you as far as I can in the time we have, and I'll show you how to take that next step. And if you're ready to do that, go ahead and type, I'm ready to do that in the chat. Okay, so for those of you who type yes in the chat, here's what you're going to get from this webinar. If you stay till the end of this webinar, my personal promise to you, ladies and gentlemen, is if you stay until the end, till I log off, I'm going to share with you the fastest, most powerful, and direct way to reprogram your mind and body for unlimited success, health, wealth, and happiness. I'm going to show you how to put a dead stop halt to procrastination, how to remove blocks to your success, how to get rid of the negative emotions, fear, pain, and limiting beliefs that have been holding you back. And I will give you the exact steps to take to go from interesting information to lasting and maximum transformation in minimum time. If you're ready to do that, go ahead and type I'm ready in the chat. And I'm going to switch to this next piece. Here's what you're going to learn tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to share with you tonight the 2 most important factors to success. It's not what you think, or maybe it is. I'm going to teach you the 3 ingredients to achievement. This is something I learned many, many years ago that has dramatically changed my life. It has allowed me to organize the material that I acquire in my research and utilize them in the proper order. I'm going to teach you about the rules of the mind, the ones they didn't tell you about. If you understand, if you're a fan of The Secret, a fan of the law of attraction, things of that nature, these 7 rules are going to be one of the most important pieces in your law of attraction practices. okay? I'm going to teach you about a phenomenon I call body-centered energy psychotherapy. We're going to use that to reprogram your subconscious body and mind. We're going to program your future and clear your past, and we're going to show you step by step how to take control of your life, how to get the life you want the way that you want it. So let's jump in with the very first piece, which is the two most important factors to success. If you've been on the webinar with me before, please don't spoil the surprise. I'm going to make my window just a little bit bigger here. And let's jump in. Okay. So the two most, oops, let me close this up. Can everybody see this okay? If you can see this okay, type, I can see it in the chat. Okay. Okay. Excellent. So the two most important factors to change your life, the two biggest, and they're big ones, is one we call it identity and action. Now, big picture pieces. When we talk about identity, though, one of the core concepts is who you are as a person. Who are you? Your self-concept, your life experience. In other words, what do you believe about yourself? What do you believe you deserve? What do you believe your place in this life is? Okay. And NLP, let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you. Can everybody see the this section okay? Okay. You'll see here, this is what NLP calls the hierarchy of beliefs. Pardon my dyslexic typing. Hierarchy of beliefs. Now, one of the things that we need to understand is that everything about us goes back to beliefs. You have levels to your belief. Now, if you look at this belief structure, this belief ladder, which comes from NLP, you have a top-down hierarchy. The beliefs at the top of the pyramid control the beliefs below it. So your spirituality and purpose, your mission in this life, and Chinese, in our systems, we would call this your golden path, directly influences your identity level, who you are in this world. Your identity and who you are in this world is supported by your beliefs and values. Below that is your capabilities, the behaviors in a particular environment, and the environment itself. Okay. Now, here's what we need to understand about self-concept and beliefs. I'm going to jump back off the, I'm going to erase this really quick so I don't have all this weird writing. When we start working with beliefs, the first thing we need to understand is that if you've ever heard it said you can't out-earn your level of self-esteem or self-confidence, what we're talking about is belief systems. Now, belief systems have a hierarchy from the transpersonal all the way down to the environmental level. But the beautiful thing about beliefs is that no matter what level of belief you have, they're all built the same way. In other words, I often ask my students, what are thoughts made out of? What are they made out of? And I get all kinds of answers. I get energy, and I get data, and I get all kinds of, well, just for grins and giggles. What, you know, if you're a veteran and you know the answer, don't participate in this exercise. But if you're brand new to Planet David, go ahead and type in, what do you think thoughts are made of? Words, okay. Information and energy, okay. Memories, ideas, okay. Ideas. Emotions, I think that's what they were trying to say in emotions. Okay, excellent. All right, all great answers. Only one of you got it right though. All belief systems are built from VAKOG. Now, what does VAKOG actually mean? VAKOG means visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory data. So let me explain. Let me diagram this for you real quick. This VACOG system, I've got it right here. This VACOG system, I call in our work the primary encoding system. Okay, and the reason for that is because all thoughts, feelings, memories, emotions, all the things that you named, even the energy part of it that you guys typed into the chat, they have to be structured in a way that the nervous system can decode them. So let me explain to you kind of what happens and how your beliefs come to be formed through the process of, hold on a second, here we go. So what you're doing here is you have in life what I call primary experiences and secondary experiences. So let's say I'm moving through the world, right? And again, I'll use a less than positive example because it will stick in your brain faster. I'm moving through the world and all of a sudden I get hit by a car, right? I'm driving and all of a sudden I get T-boned by a car, right? What happens is that's what we call a primary experience. Something physically impacted me. Now what happens is my nervous system, your nervous system, will take that experience and like white light through a prism will create a metaphor. It will take that information and interpret it in visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory channels of information. And then what it will do is it will take that information and project around you a hologram of the way the world is. It's not the primary experience. It is a recreation, an encoding, a metaphor of an experience. But that experience will have all of these components to it, and your neurology will respond to it as the same way it responded to the original primary encoding event. Does everybody understand what I'm getting at with this process? Does that make sense to people? Okay, so the situation, I tell this to all of my students, and this is something I want you to really wrap your head around. You are not the way you are. Your life is not the way it is because of the things that happen to you. Your life is the way it is because of the way you encoded what happened to you and the way that you are relating to those recordings. Does that make sense? You know, using a metaphor, you know, when you were 5 years old, kid ran over your foot with a bicycle. Well, the kid, that was, you know, 25, 30, 40 years ago. As far as time is concerned, it's done. It's done. It's over with. But every time you remember it, you remember that pain, you remember those feelings, that's you relating to the recording you made of that experience. Now, up until this webinar, and I'm talking to the new people specifically, because if you've been around Planet David for a while, you know how this works. We've been through this, but I always have to, I always teach these webinars for the new people so they can get the foundations. What you didn't understand at the moment that recording happened was that it was built out of certain things. And because of the way it was built, it told your neurology how to play the experience for you. So think about it this way. You get a brand, you know, how many of you guys are old enough to remember this thing called CDs? Music CDs, right? Before we had these MP4s, right? Remember how you would, or LPs, for example, right? Or MP4s, right? Or MP3s rather, right? But you put that recording into the player, right? And you listen to it, and then all of a sudden you realize the sound is off somehow. So there's this thing called an equalizer, right? Where you can adjust the treble, you can adjust the bass, you can adjust all of these things about how the player plays the recording. You guys understand what I'm talking about? Right? So that recording, when you put that recording into the player, there's certain default settings that it has that if you did nothing, would just play it the way it was recorded. But with that equalizer, you can go in and you can enhance certain things. You can minimize certain things. If you have editing software, you can actually change the entire thing, can you not? Yes or yes. Type, if you're with me so far, type it in the chat. I'm with you. Okay. That what you're manipulating in your own mind and body is that VAKOG primary encoding system. When you have an experience, it comes into your body, it's refracted into 5 channels of information. Your neurology recombines those 5 channels of information and creates this hologram of reality that we relate to as if it's 100% actual real, but it's not. It's a very well, as Einstein said, it's a very, very, very well constructed illusion. What most people don't realize, and this is where NLP became instrumental in helping people to change things very quickly, was NLP discovered the code. In other words, there's a software that all of our thoughts, our memories, our beliefs, our attitudes, our physiological processes are written in. And if we understand that code and we know how to access the editing deck, we can begin to customize every single aspect of how our neurology plays those thoughts. The VAK sequencing and the attributes in that primary encoding, those 5 primary encoding channels, act like computer programs that cause you to have certain experiences. And every single one of your beliefs, whether they move you forward or they hold you back, whether they cause you to suck people, to bring people into the world that add value, or they push people out who have value out of your life, they all have a structure. They're all written in a code, and that code is the same. From whether it's a positive belief or a negative belief, they're written in the same alphabet. And if you understand that alphabet, you can rewrite the code and get a different experience. Would you like to play with that really quick, just to understand it, just to have an experience of it? Go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to do that. Perfect. So I'm going to skip, I'm going to do one thing really quick. I'm going to kind of open a loop here. After the offer, we'll circle back to it. I want you to close your eyes. Think of the time in your life when you felt the most amazing, thrilling, fulfilling, satisfying pleasure ever. I mean, like on a scale of 0 to 10, it was sheet ripping good. Now, it doesn't have to be a sexual experience. I don't care. It could be the smell of, the taste of, the feeling of biting into a freshly baked cookie right out of the oven. It could be the birth of a child. It could be you're getting married. It could be the end of a marriage if it made you happy. I don't care. All I care about is that when you think about that moment, when you see what you see and you hear what you hear and you smell and you taste what you smell and you taste, there's an amazing feeling that you get, a feeling of absolute pleasure. I'd like you to close your eyes. And as you do that, I'd like you to remember that moment of absolute pleasure. What were you seeing in that moment? What were you hearing? What were you smelling? What were you tasting? Because when you do that, when you see what you see and you hear what you hear and you smell and you taste what you smell and you taste, there's a beautiful feeling that you get, a feeling of absolute pleasure. Take a moment. Notice there's a place in your body where those wonderful feelings start, where they grow and where they spread from. Point to where you feel it. Excellent. Now, I want you to just go ahead and take your other hand. And if there were a picture floating in the space around you that represents that amazing feeling, a picture that you could reach out and touch, where would you reach out to touch it? Go ahead, reach out and touch that. Now take both of your hands. Always go with your first impression, by the way. Trace the outline of that picture with both of your hands so you know how big it is. And then just like you would just grab the edges of it, and just like you would expand the window on your touchscreen, your iPhone, make that picture as big as the room and notice what happens to the feeling. Does it get stronger? Does it get weaker? Now bring that picture, shrink it down to its original size, grab it, slowly pull it closer to your body. Notice what happens to the feeling. Does it get stronger or does it get weaker? Right? Now, lift it up over your head. Pull it down around you like an amazing blanket of pleasure. A cocoon, a shield, a suit of armor, insulating you, protecting you from all less than pleasurable experiences, real or imagined, while at the same time flooding your mind, flooding your body, flooding your spirit with everything it most wants and everything it most needs in an infinite, ever-expanding, and unlimited supply. And when you've got that, take a snapshot of it so you know what it feels like. And then You can have this back in just a moment, but for the sake of our drill, what I want you to do right now is I want you to unwrap that feeling, hold it back up over your head. Now, most of you know what a Frisbee is, right? I want you to imagine this thing is now shaped like a Frisbee. I want you to throw that Frisbee whoosh, all the way behind you. See, just fly back behind you, behind the horizon until it disappears completely. When it's disappeared completely, scan your body. Notice what happened to the feeling. When you've done that, lift your hands up. Imagine your hands are now the world's most powerful Frisbee magnets. I want you to suck that Frisbee right back into your hands. And as you hold it up above your head, I'm going to tell you one of the most powerful, most important, most absolutely true things you're going to hear on this webinar. Inside your mind, body, and soul, you are the king or queen of your neurology. You are the god or goddess of your universe. And you have absolutely every right, privilege, and authority to make any change that you want for any reason that you want. I want you to play with your own power right now. I want you to take this picture that you're holding, and I want you to move it up, move it down, make it bigger, make it smaller, move it inside your body, move it outside your body. And notice how every time you move and change some attribute of that picture, the feelings and the attributes of those feelings in your body begin to change and morph as well. And I want you to play with it until you find the exact size, shape, and location that gives you the exact feeling you want, the exact intensity level that you want to have it. Once you find that sweet spot, fix it into place. Allow those feelings to flow from the picture to your heart, from your heart to your bloodstream, from your bloodstream, every place that blood flows, those feelings go into every nerve, into every cell, into every atom, into the very DNA of those cells, transforming, reprogramming, turning each and every cell of your body into a powerful, perpetual pleasure factory. Each cell of your body generating more and more and more of those amazing feelings in an infinite, ever expanding and unlimited supply. And when you know you've got that, breathe those feelings through your entire being until it becomes so strong, so powerful. No force in the universe can turn that off or take it away. Not even you. And when you know you've got that, test it. Try to turn it off. Try to make it go away. Try to imagine other people making it go away. And notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, when you're done testing, type what you discovered in the chat. Freedom, Althea says, my body won't let it go. Peaceful. I'm stuck with it. You mean you're stuck feeling good, Mitch? Oh, darn. Feeling powerful? I lost you some. That's all right. Your unconscious mind heard me. Carrie says she's happy. Bliss. Right on. Powerful for sure. So what did we actually, you guys are doing great. No one can take it. It's too, it stays. Very good. So what did we actually do here? You have different divisions to your nervous system, and each of them communicate. Lindsay Faith says, my solar plexus feels whole again. Very good. What did we do here? Let me just, in a nutshell, you have two aspects to your body. You have your interoception, the internal nervous system, and the external nervous system. There's always an interplay of information flowing from the inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside. Nothing like learning from someone who wears a vest. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bruna says, creates immense ease in my body. Very good. You've just tapped into your own personal control panel. Once you understand the dynamics and the nuances of what we just did, you can change practically anything in your mind or body. Okay? It just comes down to asking the right questions and trusting your unconscious. Does that make sense? Okay, very good. All right. So once again, the visual, the auditory, the kinesthetic, the olfactory, the gustatory channels of information have other distinctions within them, which we'll cover on the second half of the webinar. But what you did in a very, very deliberate and powerful way was you accessed the primary encoding system of a feeling, the primary encoding system of an experience. Now, here's the things you didn't notice. I never asked you what it was. I didn't need to know anything about the actual experience you were remembering. All you need to know is point to where you feel it and reach out and touch it. We call this area outside of your body the proprioceptive grid. And it's part of the energetic aspect of your nervous system, okay? But all the information encoded inside of you and outside of you is built from this VAKOG primary encoding system. And once you understand how to synchronize inside and outside, use your imagination in that fun, playful, imaginative way, begin to play with how you've coded your experiences, you can change any belief you want to any belief you want. You can remove blocks to your success. You can overcome limiting beliefs. You can go from a state of procrastination to salivation about getting things done. Okay. Now, for beginners especially, you need a little help. You need somebody to guide you. Okay. We've got certain ways that you can get that help, and I'll go through those in a moment. Is this useful? Is this useful for if you find this was useful? Type in the chat. I'm ready for more. Cool. Excellent. Totally. Right. Okay. This is also great for parties, by the way. If you like to show off and give people amazing altered states, you can do the same exact process at a party, a line at Starbucks, and either be considered the next voodoo witch doctor or the next Doctor Strange or Harry Potter. E.G. says, I had trouble bringing back the Frisbee. Okay, that takes practice. Totes. Excellent. All right, so here's what we need to understand now. Let's go back. Now, how does all this relate to your identity? Well, your identity is based on a set of beliefs about who you are, what you deserve, what's acceptable, what's right and perfect, and what isn't. If you have an identity, a set of beliefs that support your identity that say making money is bad, rich people are evil, right? I don't deserve love, right? If you have those beliefs as part of your identity, then they will stop you from perceiving things that cause you to have those results that you really want. But the best part about any belief, regardless of what level of that pyramid it's at, is that they're all built the same way. So we have a little slogan that we use in Planet David. It says, if you can point to where you feel it, you can change it. What does that actually mean? Pointing to where you feel it, reaching out and touching it is a way of connecting all the different divisions of your nervous system and tapping in to that VAK primary encoding system so you can make structural changes to any belief or memory or thought or structure you run. They're like little mini programs, but you have control of everything. So what I want us to do is I want us to use this same belief structure to get our identities in alignment, okay? So here's the thing. Each and every one of you, when you decided to register for this webinar, you saw the webinar, said, oh, I want that, right? I want you to type in the chat room, right? This is your this is your next drill. This is called the emotional motivation checklist. This is, again, when we do it for ourselves, it's called emotional motivation. When we do it for others, it's called emotional bonding, okay? So this next drill is called the emotional motivation checklist, and it integrates and it interacts with this hierarchical structure of beliefs. You don't need to know how it works yet. You just need to know what to do to make it work, okay? Because there's two ways to keep people stuck. You either give them way too much information or not enough. I give you just enough to get the job done so you can go out in the world and put it into practice. Because if it's not easy, it's not fun, you won't do it. Okay. So here's how we engage the lion's share of your nervous system right then and there. How many of you, when you signed up for this webinar, had something very, very specific you wanted to take away from it? Something that if you've got nothing but that one thing, attending and following the instruction and doing everything we ask you to do in this webinar would be 10,000% worth it. How many of you have something like that? Go ahead and type that. Type yes in the chat if that's true for you. Okay, perfect. Now, for this next exercise, I want you to think about that thing, right? I want you to think about it. And what I want you to do now is before we go any further, I want you to get a pencil and a piece of paper. And I'm going to show you a template, and I'm going to walk you through it really quick. Can you all see this okay? Hold on a second. Can you all see that? Okay, good. This is the emotional motivation checklist. So if you want to do this on a piece of paper, I highly recommend it. So the first thing I'm asking you is to write down or type on your sheet what it is you want. If you got that one thing from this webinar, the one tool that would allow you to move your life forward, what is it? Type that in the chat, or type it on your sheet. And then imagine having it. Stop for a moment. Imagine actually having that tool and being able to apply it in the way that you actually want. And I ask yourself this question: what's that going to do for me? What's that going to do for me? Right? What's it going to allow you to do or be or have? And write that down. I need you to physically write these down or type them in your spread, in your notepad or whatever. And then imagine now that you got that. What is important to you about getting it? Right? Trust your first impressions on this. I'm not going to ask you to tell me what it is, but I need you to know and externalize what those things are. So what do you want? What's it going to do for you? What's important to you about getting it? What's important to you about getting it? Okay. Whatever comes up first, write down the exact words that come up in the order and sequence that they come up. Okay. When you got that, type done in the chat. Done. Excellent. All right. Now, stop for a moment. And if you got what's important to you, what would that do for you? So now we're down here at C. What would that do for you? If you got this, ultimately, what would that do for you? Write it down. Use your exact words. Whatever words popped up in your head, don't edit it. Just put it on the sheet. Just put it on the sheet. And then imagine you got that. Imagine you got that. What's important about having it? And if you get to words like love, safety, freedom, security, you've pretty much reached where you need to go. But notice, and when you've got that, go ahead and type that in, type done in the chat. Because we can't move on until everybody's done this. Okay? Okay, very good. A lot of done people. Good. Excellent, excellent. X and notches. Excellent. Now, I want you to, if you can do this, stand up. I want you to look at your sheet, look at your answers. Look at your answers. And as you think about following the instructions and doing the things in this webinar, I want you to repeat those sentences out loud from A through C, just the answers. Now, you don't need to write down the, you don't need to speak the questions. Just speak the answers out loud 5 times. From A to C, repeat them out loud 5 times. When you've done that, type in the chat what you experienced. Music 80s is asking, what do you do if you have more than how many items? More than a few items. It's okay. You do this for each one. But right now we're going to do one so we understand the process. Type in, when you've done it 5 times, you can do it more, don't do it less. Repeat it out loud 5 times. Done and done with my novel. All right. Pride, space, grounded, excellent. Anybody else? Inner peace and bliss, Mitchell says. Peace, Carrie says. Excellent. Beautiful. How many of you noticed that as you repeated these, the shift in my energy, right? How many of you know, good, Leonard, energy, excellent. How many of you noticed you got emotional, right? All you did was externalize your inner belief system. What you've just done is you've tapped into a system in your neurology known as the criterion value system, which if you go back to our drawing here, oops. Remember we said identity is supported by what? Beliefs and values. You just tapped into this level of belief, which controls your capabilities, your behaviors, and your environment. The beliefs and values that you have are your why. You know, how many of you ever heard the saying, find your why? Yes, right? When you do this drill, it literally is you finding your why. How many of you really are like really motivated to move forward on that right now? True, not true? Yes or yes, as T. Harv Eker would say, right? This is the secret to getting what you want. You see, there's two reasons that people don't move forward in their life. Okay? They don't want to or they don't want to. That's actually not true. It's they don't know. They either have a conflict between beliefs or values in their head, minds or mindset stuff, or the actions that they take. And so once you understand the structure, it's easier to take action because you become highly emotionally motivated to do that, right? So this is how, again, using this point where you feel it, reach out and touch it process, we can begin to shift our belief systems. We can tap into internal emotional motivators that cause us to do the second most important thing that are the two biggest factors to success, and that is action. We need to take action. It doesn't matter what our identity is. If we don't actually do something, if we don't take the steps, then we're never going to get where we want to be. We're never going to have the life we truly deserve. But there are reasons that people don't take action. So let's explore those a little bit. Okay. So you have mindset and skill set. Okay. People, how do you diagnose if what's keeping you from moving forward is a mindset issue or a skill set issue? Well, it's really simple, really. If you know what to do, if you know the exact steps to take, you know where to go, who to talk to, what forms to fill out, what checks to write. If you know all of that, but you just can't bring yourself to do it, you are dealing with a mindset issue. How do you deal with mindset issues? We just showed you. Point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it. Okay. Again, we're going to go much more in depth into that process at the second half of the webinar. Now, a lot of people don't move forward because they feel a lack of deservingness. They don't feel like they deserve to have the things that they have. John Assaraf used to say you could never out-earn your sense of self-worth or self-esteem. If you've ever read stories of people who won the lottery and then in a couple of years they're completely broke, you're looking at people who've had a clash between what reality gave them and what their belief system says they're allowed to have. And this can happen in the realm of relationships. It can happen in the realm of business. It can happen in the realm of family. You know, it's really pervasive, this lack of, I've met ridiculously rich people who couldn't get laid in a morgue. I've met supermodels who can't keep it, who can't get a date. I've met amazingly smart, intelligent, creative people who can't make money because they have a system of beliefs that say they can't. And so because of that, their brain, their neurology filters out a lot of the things that would make them successful. Real quick, how many of you would like to be more lucky? Just by a show of hands or by typing in the chat, how many of you would like to actually be more lucky? Did you know that there are 5 or 6 key psychological characteristics that all lucky people have in common? right? If you've ever met people that if a safe with $20,000 fell out of an airplane and the safe opened on the way down, the money would fall into their sunroof. If you've ever met people who just, they step in shit and they come out smelling like a rose, right? Don't you fucking hate those people? Right? But it turns out that psychologists wanted to know, is this really karma? Or is there something mental going on? And what they discovered was that there are five key psychological characteristics that all lucky people have in common. And they wanted to test this. And so here's what they did. They rented out a room. This study was done in England. They rented out a room and they hired actors to play the patrons in the restaurant. And they put a 20-pound note on the floor, and they had three groups of people that they were going to test. They had average people, which were the control. They had people who considered themselves lucky, and people who were considered themselves unlucky. And they sent each group in individually. And what they did was they wanted to calibrate, they wanted to count and measure how fast and how many of each of the test subjects would spot that 20-pound note on the floor. And as you can probably guess, the control group had about a 50-50 split. Half the people saw it, half the people didn't. The lucky people, practically 100% of the people found it. The minute they walked in, there it was. As far as we can tell, the unlucky people are still looking for the restaurant. Okay? Why? Mindset. You see, there's a feedback loop in the human nervous system. Your perceptions control your beliefs control your perceptions. It's a feedback loop. It's a pattern. Now, some of the people in our YouTube channel, the minute I started talking about the characteristics of lucky people, the first thing they typed in the chat was, "I'm lucky." Well, guess what the very first psychological characteristic of lucky people is? They identify as being lucky. Literally, that belief is right here. I am a lucky person. Guess what happens? Everything in their neurology lines up all the way down to the environment. So if you think you're a lucky person and you have that belief, everything from the top down lines up for you. And isn't that what happens with lucky people? It's like they have a bad situation come up and it turns out to be the stepping stone to something even better. Right? So the very first psychological characteristic that you want to begin to install and amplify in your mind and body is, I'm lucky. And if you stay till the end of the webinar, we'll actually help you do that. Okay? But the deeper lesson that I want you to take away from this is A, the belief systems that you have, the higher up that hierarchy you go, the more pervasive the control it has over every aspect of your life. Your identity, that's the number one factor for creating the life you want, is your identity, which is built from beliefs about who you are, what you deserve, what you don't deserve. All of that is built out of a code that you can change. And I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to teach you how to take the next steps to do that. But that's mindset. It goes to your identity. But there's another aspect to why people don't do the second piece, which is take action. And that is they don't know how. And a lot of people have confusion between what is a mindset issue, what is a skill set issue. Are you guys with me so far? Is this useful? Super. Okay, good. Again, I could spend hours and I could spend days on the things that I have. But again, I want to get you up and running and to the next level in your life as quickly as possible. So how do you diagnose mindset versus skill set? Well, we just talked about mindset. Mindset means I know what to do. I know how to do it. I know when to do it. I know where to do it. I'm just not doing it. Right? The gun is loaded. I'm pointing it at the target. I can't pull the trigger. That's a mindset issue. This is how you deal with mindset issues. Okay. Lots of other tools for that, but it's going to go back to beliefs. Roy says, how do I download your brain into mine? Come to more trainings. That's the fastest way to do it. Because what I do with the trainings, I actually do deep trance identification processes where I literally have you step into me and take on and use me as a template to organize your thoughts and attributes and things. But I only do that in live events. So it's scary and liberating at the same time, because what we do is we actually take you through the training, and then we time distort you at the end of the training and have you live through that 3 or 4 or 5 day training 100,000 times. So you get all of the skill sets you spent 3 or 4 or 5 days learning magnified, and then you step into me and live through the training over and over and over again, right? So that you have both perspectives and then they synergize. That's part of what we put. That's why our students get so good so quick, right? It's all roll up your sleeves, do the drills, and get the skills. Now I can only do so much of that in this kind of an event, but the more you do what I say, the more rapidly you get the results, right? And I'm going to show you how to do that in just a few minutes. I'm going to talk about the special training package we put together for you and how you can take advantage of it. But I want to give you these foundation skills so that after we're done explaining the package, you can decide which direction you want to take, and we can build on the foundations. So first and foremost, if you can point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it, you can change it. Every single thought, idea, memory, belief that you have is built out of a primary encoding system that is built from visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory distinctions and attributes. Think of experience, real experience to constructed experience, going from white light to a prism. You have white light going in one end and 5 channels of information coming out on the other that is recombined to create the reality, or the hologram you call reality. It's not real. You made it up. Okay? You made it up. You just don't realize it. Okay? This is why some of the language patterns that we teach in some of our other trainings are so extraordinarily powerful, because they go right to that primary encoding system. They cause you to change how you refract the information in your mind. And so your reality changes automatically. Right? So all these things intersect, but tonight we're focusing on how to reprogram your subconscious mind. You do it through using a combination of your mind and your body. Okay. Okay. So let me jump back to mindset or skill set. So let's look at this. This is the next piece I'm going to cover before we jump into other things. So skill set. How do you diagnose a skill set? Well, if you're frothing at the bit, you're ready to take action. You would take off at 100 miles an hour if you knew what to do or where to go, but you don't know where to go. You don't know what to do. You're dealing with a skill set issue. You'd be amazed at how many of the things that we think are mindset are actually skill set, and vice versa. Most people, when you start diagnosing mindset versus skill set, it's usually like a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split. In other words, part of it is mindset, but a lot of it is skill set. So, but once you have the right skill set, you can change your mindset. And that's kind of where we're going. So how does your unconscious mind either move you forward or hold you back? If you've ever had something you really, really wanted and you've experienced any of the following, this is what's actually going on for you. If you want to take action, you're ready to take action, but you don't know how, when, or where to take the action and need training. Training is something you need to go get, okay? I provide some of that, but there are certain skill sets you just need. One of a very famous, or actually one of my wisest teachers used to tell me that you can be or do or have anything you want in this world, but first you must become the person who deserves to have it. What does that mean? A, you got to have the beliefs. You got to have this down. Okay. The second piece is you got to do the work, right? You got to take the actions. But a lot of times your unconscious mind has a safety mechanism in place because it doesn't feel you deserve it, or to have the change might be dangerous. So if you've ever had something that you really, really wanted and you heard these words come up in your head or out of your mouth, it costs too much. It's going to take too long. It's too much work. What you're really hearing from your unconscious mind is, I don't deserve it. Okay? Your unconscious mind, part of its job is to sort for what's familiar, to keep you the same until you find something better. Taking action and becoming the person you want to be will always be uncomfortable. But the discomfort doesn't last. It becomes familiar. And so it becomes the new normal. Okay? Take the actions and you'll get the drills taking the action. So again, we just talked about the emotional motivation checklist, right? Now, going back to that checklist, if you're interacting with a client, right? Like, remember I talked about earlier, if you want to be able to have people salivating to buy your product or service or take it to the next level, if you take a variation of this emotional motivation checklist and you ask them, let's say somebody's coming to you to buy a house or to be a therapist or whatever, right? You say, well, what's important to you about the perfect house? And they say, well, it's this and this and this. And you go, oh, great. So it's this and this and this and this, right? And they say, well, if you had that, what would that do for you? Well, I would say, I would have this and I would have this and I would have this. Oh, so you had X, Y, Z, and then 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm curious, just so I understand you better, what's important to you about A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3? Well, they're going to tell you this and this and this. All you have to do is repeat those words back to them and then talk to them about your product or your service using those words. And they will have an experience with you, much the same way you had with me when you read your words out loud. Did anybody, when you read your words out loud, not feel better? Feel hungrier for it, want it more? Right? Exactly. My point is if you take this same variant, this emotional bonding checklist, right? This emotional bonding checklist, and you do it with another human being, and you use their words to talk about your product or service, they'll want it as bad as you wanted the things you talked about, right? And that's how you get them feeling like you've really heard them, and you gain tremendous, tremendous rapport with them, with this person, okay? Yep, parts made you light up more than others. Exactly. So here's the thing. I want to keep my promises to you. Okay, I went through a long list of things that you can use the information in this webinar for, and I want to connect those dots for you. So in the interest of taking it further, of connecting the dots, I've put together a special set of packages or package that I think will help you, whether you come to a live event with me now, or you train from home, or some combination, will allow you to get the biggest bang for your buck in reprogramming your subconscious mind, to remove the blocks to success, to overcome limiting beliefs, to get into action. And I'd like to take a few moments, if it's okay, go through that program and that offer with you. And then when I'm done, I'd like to circle back and build on the foundations that we've laid in this webinar so far, and take it as far as we can in the time we have. Is that sound like a fair trade? Can we do that? Is that okay? You guys ready to go forward? Okay, excellent. Without further ado then, and with your permission, let's see here. Who wants to take their lives to the next level? Put it in the box, right? With your permission, I'd like to talk to you about a special package that I put together for you called Secrets of Personality Transformation. Hold on a second. There's something blocking my screen. Can everybody see me okay? Oops. Okay. All right. So this is our Ultra Mind Control Training for Success home study course. This is an amazing program that's all about teaching you how to program your subconscious mind to attract more money in abundance, to close more deals, to become more attractive to the opposite sex, to help you feel more confident and powerful. If you'd like to become more charming and charismatic and irresistible, you can utilize the technologies in this program to make any change you want. Now, remember, certain things that you're going to deal with are going to be mindset issues. Certain things that you're going to deal with are going to be skill set issues. Once you understand which is which, you know what to do. So again, do the drills, get the skills, or if you need to sometimes, get the skills to do the drills, right? So here's what I put together for you. And this offer does expire today, June 3rd, 2021 at 11:59 p.m. So you'll have until about just before 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. tonight to get this. And what this is a 14 video set. It covers our complete 7-stage identity by design process for changing your identity. It's going to teach you how to systematically remove blocks to your success and overcome limiting beliefs. It's going to show you step by step how to remove the unconscious safety rules that are keeping you stuck. Now, what does that mean? Many times when people are embarking on a quest to be successful, to move forward in life, they have a certain level of success, then something happens and they lose it. They pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They do everything they need to do. They reach a certain level of success, and then for some reason they lose it again. And then when they try that third time to move forward, it's like they can't pull the trigger. It's like something is keeping them from actually doing what they know how to do. And what's happened in those cases is the unconscious mind, which one of its primary jobs is to keep you safe. And it realizes you had so much pain from those previous encounters that it has to find a way to keep that from happening again. So what it does is it says, okay, how do I keep them from ever experiencing this pain of loss ever again? I know if they never have a relationship or they never have another business, they can never lose it. And so they'll never have that pain again. And so the unconscious mind flips a switch, establishes a safety rule. And in spite of the fact that you know exactly what to do, who to do it with, how to do it, when to do it, you can't pull the trigger. We're going to show you systematically how to get rid of those safety rules so that you can actually move forward and get the life you want the way that you want it. You know you have a safety rule in place when one of several things happens. A, you go to get rid of a problem. It goes away for a short time and then it comes back. B, you start to try to get rid of a problem or an issue, and maybe it's at a level 9 and you work on it, you get it down to a level 2, and then it just stops, right? And it won't go any further. If either of those things come up, it goes away or it comes back, or it reaches a certain level and it just won't go any further to get rid of it, you've got a safety rule in place. And we will show you very, very specifically how to dissolve that. That's module 2 of the 7-stage identity by design process. It's a $297 value. It's based on the primary encoding system that we covered at the beginning of this webinar. We'll take you even deeper into the nuances of that system and how to work with them. If you'd like to learn to remove those negative voices in your head that hold you back, you know, the voice in your head that just said, what voice? We call this voice of authority. It's stage 3 in the identity by design process. And it's a $297 value. It's going to change your voice in your head from the one that tears you down and tells you why you don't deserve things, why you can't have things, to a voice that motivates you, inspires you, and reminds you of all the very best things about yourself. A voice you can always trust, a voice you can always believe in, that gives you the very best advice, that tells you how worthy and deserving you are, that you're always good enough. That's stage 3 of the identity by design process in this program. It's a $297 value. And then finally, in the 4th level, we're going to teach you to install the 4 most powerful default driver states that exist: curiosity, playfulness, relentlessness, and triumph. These are states that when they are active and dominant in your personality, you tend to move forward automatically. You tend to see the world through a set of perceptual filters that move you towards success, much like the lucky people. When they walked into that restaurant, instantly saw that 20-pound note, you will start to see the world through the eyes of fun and playfulness, through the eyes of relentless determination to get what you want, as a sense of moving through the world as a winner, becoming automatically more charismatic, assertive, and attractive wherever you go. And because of that intense sense of curiosity, you'll move through the world asking questions that get you better responses and answers. These will become the default states that you move through the world in. And as a byproduct of that, you will find your world changing and getting more of what you want the way that you want it. Things will stop holding you back and they'll start moving you forward. You will learn things about yourself and the people around you you never would have learned any other way. It's a $297 value. And once you have this process, this Pillars of Power process that installs these states, you can use it to install the other 4 default driver states that all lucky people have. You can use it to install any state that you want and have it on tap anytime that you want. Then we're going to teach you how to sanitize all the negativity from your past memories and traumas. And so that when you look back on the past, you only remember it in ways that make you feel better about your life and the world you live in. Then we're going to teach you how to take all of that and install it as a personal success template into your genetic memory. If you're familiar with any of the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton, we know that your DNA is changeable. We know that you have this thing called genetic memory, and we can take all of these processes and install it as a template before your very first physical memory, so that every experience that you have from that moment forward is filtered through this set of perceptions, and you'll become more successful automatically. So a lot of these processes will become automatic and on autopilot for you. You won't have to think about them most of the time, but you'll be able to do both. It's a $297 value. And then finally, what we teach you to do is we teach you to take the skills, qualities, talents, and attributes of people you admire and install those into this genetic template so that you become more of the person you want to be. Remember, I talked about in some of our trainings, I actually we do deep trance identification work where you actually you step into me or other people. If you've ever watched the video on YouTube, which is Captain Jack the Hypnotist, you'll see a representation of that process and how you can use it to take on the qualities, talents, and attributes of people that you truly admire. It's a $297 value. Okay. We'll also include the Real World Hypnosis Identity by Design course manual. It's a $418 value that also includes chapters on instant and rapid inductions, imagination games, waking hypnosis, the 7 most powerful conversational hypnosis language patterns that exist, the 7-stage universal persuasion process or persuasion protocol that allows you to exert influence anytime, anywhere, under any circumstance, for any reason. You'll learn about our specific 30-minute pre-consultation process that neurologically primes people to want to buy your product or service, and also gives you a huge amount of information in a short amount of time that will tell you exactly what program or what set of processes to use with that person and how they do it. Total value is $2,497. You'll also be given access to our special online community, our NLP Power Mastermind mentoring program, where you can actually roll up your sleeves and get hands-on practice with people in using these same qualities and characteristics and skill sets. Total value is a $2,497 value. But of course, as you can probably guess, we're going to sweeten the pot for you. We've got a whole lot more stuff for those of you who are really serious about becoming the person you say you want to be. If you're serious about getting the things you said you want, you're going to want to pay attention to what else we've got for you to kind of round out this training. And this is what we've got. We've got these extra special bonuses for you. We're going to include the Identity by Design Hypnotherapy home study course. This is a program that's going to teach you how to unlock the power of your subconscious mind. The first process that we taught you, this one is all about self-work. It's all about how to utilize the Identity by Design silo to program yourself. The second one is how to set up, how to become a hypnotherapist, how to utilize these things with clients and other people. So you'll learn, again, how to hypnotize people anyone, anytime, anywhere, how to remove blocks to success and limiting beliefs. You'll find and remove hidden negativity, the stuff you didn't even know you had. You'll learn how to clear up issues that just don't seem to go away, or they go away and they come back. You'll learn how to change that crappy voice inside your head, or the head of your clients, to a voice that builds you up and inspires you and motivates you. You'll learn how to resolve negativity from your past, install the traits, qualities, and characteristics of the people you want to have. So you can become the person that you want to be instead of the person that the universe conspired to make you. Instead of the person that, religion and school systems and family tried to program you at a time when you didn't know what to do, when you didn't know any better, when you had no defenses. We will show you how to go in and clean all that shit up. It is not your fault, the things that happened to you, the things that were done to you at a time when you didn't understand. But as is so often the case, it is our responsibility for clearing them up. And your clients, when they become your clients, it's not their fault either. They just didn't know any better. And with these particular skill sets, you'll have the ability to help people anytime, anywhere, to become the person they truly want to be. It's a $1,497 value, but we're going to give it to you absolutely free as part of this ultra mind control personality transformation process. Total combined value so far is $2,994, but we're not going to stop there. We're also going to give you our special Hidden Laws of Attraction, Mind, Magic, and Manifestation Made Easy home study course. This is a $1,497 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. It's going to teach you systematically how to unlock the power of your subconscious mind once again, to find and remove more blocks to your success. These are things that would take place at the identity or the transpersonal or the purpose level. Remember, we talked about that little hierarchy of beliefs. This is going to teach you to go even higher and work from the very apex of that pyramid all the way down. Okay. We're going to teach you how to remove the blocks to happiness and success you didn't know you had. We're going to teach you how to become a money magnet, how to magnetize yourself for health, wealth, and prosperity and abundance. We're going to teach you how to influence people remotely, how to utilize remote influence techniques and mental suggestion techniques through the non-local universe so that you can begin to manifest the kinds of responses from people that you want to have. Find and remove hidden negativity. Clear up the issues that just don't seem to go away. We're going to teach you a powerful new information method for programming your mind. And when we unleash there's three parts of this. When we only released the first part to the public. When we released the other two aspects of it in the Hidden Laws of Attraction live event last month, or the month before, people were completely blown away. This will actually, if you utilize this particular method the right way, your entire neurology lights up like a Christmas tree, and you start changing your attitudes, beliefs, and perceptual filters in just a few repetitions. If you've ever had to do repetition or affirmations for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, just to begin to feel something, you're going to be blown away by this new method that actually forces your neurology. It doesn't actually force it. It actually asks your neurology, how do I make this real? Why is this real? And all of a sudden, poof, your unconscious mind gives you a reason. And anything that your unconscious mind generates, your unconscious mind accepts as true. The power that comes from this particular method is just off the charts. But don't believe me, talk to the people who've experienced it. There are some people in the chat, so go ahead and ask your questions with them. We'll teach you how to attract the things you want and change what you deserve. So to remove the negativity from your past, to install the traits, qualities, characteristics of naturally lucky people. We've kind of teased you with that a little bit, but you're going to learn all 5 traits and how to put them in using the identity by design process in this particular bonus. We're going to teach you the most powerful engine of personal transformation and manifestation I have ever seen. When I learned this technique, I learned it in the context of energy healing. And when I found out what else this thing could do, I took it and I ran with it. And I have been teaching this to thousands of people in our live events all over the world who've manifested practically impossible stuff. If you've ever used this particular method, it's called image cycling, by the way. Those of you in the chat, if you've ever used this and manifested, please type in the chat how it worked for you and how easy it was. And we're going to teach you so much more. We'll teach you about where to place the objects in your house that energetically prime you to pull more wealth or happiness or joy into your life. We'll talk about the different palaces of the face and how that relates to face reading and the energetics of what you pull in. Okay. Total combined value. We're going to give this to you. It's a $1,497 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. If you're one of the next few people to sign up for this amazing ultra mind control personality transformation program. Total combined value so far is $5,491. And we'll put this in the chat because people are asking. But we're not going to stop there. We're not going to stop there. We're also going to throw in now the first couple of first 3 programs that our bonuses that we talked about were all about your mindset. We're all about getting your head right, your identity right, your values right, your mission and purpose right. The next couple of bonuses we're going to talk about are all about skill set. This is about getting the exact skills that you need to take action in the world. Here's a principle I want you to write down. If you don't understand this, and you're wondering why your law of attraction stuff isn't quite working, this is why. It's because for everything you do on the mindset level, on the spiritual level, on the transpersonal level towards manifesting what you want, there must be a physical correspondent, a physical action that you must take that allows a vessel to be created that the manifestations you've impregnated the universe with can fill. So this particular course goes to that, because one of the most important skills that you need to be successful in society, any society, is the ability to exert influence and persuasion. Okay. By definition, the person with the greatest influence skills gets the most stuff. So if we're going to tackle the idea of getting the life you want the way you want it from both ends. We're going to teach you how to get your mind right, get your belief systems right, how to get into action, and then we're going to give you the skills you need to magnify and amplify the effects of the actions that you take. This course, the Stealth CPI, Real World Conversational Hypnosis, Universal Persuasion Protocol, will show you how to instantly hypnotically persuade people in normal conversations without them ever realizing you're doing anything weird or creepy or confusing. Right? It's going to teach you how to hypnotize people anytime, anywhere, how to emotionally bond and connect with anyone you meet at will, so that they automatically see that by doing what you want, they get everything they want. And that's a great win-win to move through the world. If you understand this process, you will never have to lie, cheat, steal, manipulate, coerce, or cajole, or extort people ever. You'll get everything you want in life by showing everyone you interact with how to get whatever they want by doing what you want. Okay, people will hang on your every word. They will want to do what you want them to do, and you will gain the ability to be the most charismatic, influential person in the room. We were going to teach you how to control your emotions and use them as an extra charisma booster to influence other people, to have them flocking to you and priming them to think along the lines that you want them to think. You're going to learn through 7 simple, easy to understand language patterns, how to literally direct a person's internal focus of attention so they only pay attention to the things you want them to and ignore the things you don't. How to automatically cause people to begin any mental process that you want just by saying a few words in the right order. You'll learn how to make anybody's internal pictures and the mind movies that they make in their head be exactly what you want them to be without zero chance of mistranslation. You'll automatically how to make, what would it be like if you could actually make anything you want seem to cause anything you want in the minds of your listener, right? So, what if you had the ability to make anything you want mean anything you want in the minds of your listener? What would you be able to do with that kind of power? That's the ability that I'm talking about. If there was such a thing as a school for magicians, to be able to cast spells on people, but be the good wizards, this is it, okay? That's just a small sample of what these 7 powerful hypnotic language patterns can do. If you understand the echo technique, you can understand that the most powerful words any human being can hear, the ones that literally force their nervous system to pay attention to you, are the words that just came out of their mouth. We're going to show you step by step how to control your emotions, how to get rapport with your subjects, how to use your language strategically, how to manage the emotional states of everyone you meet, and how to link and bond people emotionally to your product or service so that they get everything they want by giving you what you want. It's one of the most powerful win-win phenomena that we have, and much, much more. Okay, total, it's a $1,950 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. If you did all the math, the combined value for this would be $7,441 when you register before the end of the webinar. Okay, but you have to register before the end of the webinar if you want to take advantage of this. And we only have a few of these. So we're also going to throw in one of my favorite courses. Let me ask you a question. What if you had the ability to change a person's belief in minutes during normal conversation? What if for every negative belief you encountered, for every objection you had for someone buying your product or service, you had at least 14 different ways to change that belief in seconds or minutes, right? What could you do with that kind of power, right? What would happen if for every negative belief that you discovered you had 14 different ways to change or modify that belief to get something better? You think that would make your life a little bit easier? You think you could actually get more of the life you want the way that you want it? That's exactly what Renegade Reframing is, and the art of rapid conversational belief change will allow you to do. It will allow you to systematically change beliefs during normal conversations. And that conversation can be with yourself. It can be with a spouse, a business partner, a loved one. Okay. It even comes with its own card game where we call the reframe game, where you actually state a belief, throw a card at somebody that has one of these patterns on it, and then they have to use that pattern to overcome the belief. Now, the 14 patterns in this course are based on a series of language patterns that were first used by Richard Bandler and discovered, for lack of a better word, by one of his students, Robert Dilts. Richard Bandler, one of the founders of NLP, when he was training his students, he would get on stage and he would challenge them using the tools and techniques of NLP to try and change his limiting beliefs or make him overcome an objection that he might have. And every time the students would try to overcome or reframe the belief, Richard would use one of these patterns to completely destroy and decimate his students over and over and over again. And after watching this happen for a number of years, Robert Dilts suddenly realized that there were some specific things that Richard was doing every single time that allowed him to systematically change or overcome that mental or verbal assault. So if you're someone who's always kind of at the mercy of manipulative people or people who gaslight you or narcissistic behaviors or try to make you feel less about yourself, this is probably one of the most important parts of this package that you can get. Because once you have this and you understand how to bolster your identity, how to change your limiting beliefs about yourself, you can utilize these patterns to protect yourself against people who try to manipulate you, who try to make you feel bad about yourself, who gaslight you, who lie to you, or misrepresent certain things. This is a very, very powerful, very, very important course. It's done in a very fun, playful, empowering way. So again, this is worth the entire price of the course. $1,950 value. We're going to give this to you absolutely free as a way for you to start by changing your own limiting beliefs, and then by utilizing these same conversational skill sets to change the minds and beliefs of everyone around you, so that they get more of the life they want, you get more of the life you want, and everybody's happy. Okay. Once again, utilizing these particular strategies, it's never necessary to lie, cheat, steal, misrepresent, or coerce anyone. It's the most powerful white hat approach to influence and persuasion on the planet. Total combined value for this is $9,391 when you register before the end of the webinar. So again, register. If you know this is what you want, you know it'll change your life, and would now be a good time to go ahead and consider clicking that link and getting up there. But we're not going to stop there. So let's just review really quick, okay? So in this program that we've put together for you, we've got the 14 video Secrets of Personality Transformation home study course that includes the manual and the 7-stage identity by design process. It's a $2,497 value. We're going to give that, but we're going to include along with that our real world hypnosis identity by design hypnotherapy certification home study course. $1,497 value. We're going to include the Hidden Laws of Attraction, Mind, Magic, and Manifestation Masterclass, $1,497 value. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. We're going to throw in the bonus, Stealth CPI Level 1, Universal Persuasion Protocol, $1,950 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. And then we're going to add in, just to make sure that we've rounded out both your mindset and your skill set areas, we're going to ask you to, we're going to give you this Renegade Reframing, how to overcome any objection and change beliefs instantly. It's a $1,950 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. Total value, $9,391. Okay. But of course, as you can probably guess, I want you to have the best deal humanly possible today. I want you to get these programs, and I want you to move your life forward. I want you to build on the foundations that we're laying in this webinar and take your life to the next level. Okay. Okay. You won't, and you're not going to have to pay $9,391. You're not going to have to pay $6,347. You're not even going to have to pay $5,347. Not 3, not even 2. For those of you who want to take your life to the next level, who are really serious about getting your mindset right, your skill set right, you can get the entire program for one low time investment of just $997. Or if you need to, we can break that up for you into 3 easy installments of just $397. Okay. So once again, all you got to do is go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. That's www.nlppower.com/unconscious. Hopefully I spelled that right in the links, right? www.nlppower.com/ oops. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure. Make sure that we've got the right link in there for the people. Okay. Yeah. So go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. Okay, as long as the link works, we're good. I get paranoid when, because I use redirects for some of these links, and sometimes one of my helpers post in the link. By the way, I just want to do a...
David, this is Stephanie. It's cool.
It's cool? All right. Cool. Now, I was just about to mention, we have some amazing helpers in the back of the room. We have the amazing administrative goddess, Stephanie Skiba. She can answer any and all questions you have. If you need payment plans. Oh, a couple other things. Just checked and it works. Okay, good. If you've purchased some of our packages in the past and you see something here that would that you already have, let Stephanie know. And if, as long as the price points are the same, we can customize your package for you. So again, just go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. Okay. Now, if you're on the fence, a couple of things. Everything that we're offering in this webinar comes with a 90-day, 100% money-back guarantee. If you legitimately apply these techniques, you legitimately do the drills, and if at the end of 90 days, you're not making more money, you're not closing more deals, you're not attracting more success by your standards and your definitions, if you're not well on your way to manifesting the life of your dreams, which is more, and that may include more security, confidence, and power, personal or otherwise, if you're not able to win in social encounters and become the person you truly want to be, I will refund every cent you've invested, because I want you to be successful. And if these technologies don't pay off for you, if they're not giving you the things you want, I want you to take the money and use it for something that will. Okay? Again, give us a chance. If you have any sticky points, pick up the phone, give Stephanie a call, or shoot us an email. We will guide you as best that we can. And after that, if for whatever reason you're not getting the results you expected, let us know, and we will give you all your money back. 100% satisfaction guarantee. You have absolutely nothing to risk. So go ahead and click that link now. That's www.nlppower.com/unconscious. www.nlppower.com/unconscious. You have absolutely no risk whatsoever. You have 90 days to get on the fast track to getting the life you want, and you have us in your corner to help you. If it works, trust me, it'll be the best investment you've ever made. If it doesn't work for you, pick up the phone, give us a call, and we'll make sure that you're satisfied one way or the other. Okay? So go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. That's www.nlppower.com/unconscious. But there's a certain category of people who are the people who are ready to make a change, the people who absolutely want the biggest bang for their buck, who are the action takers of the world. And here's the thing I've learned, is that it's the people who take action, the people who just get in the game, they ready, fire, aim, so to speak. They're the ones that get the best stuff. They're the ones that get the winner's circle. And so for those of you who are absolutely not tire kickers, who are absolute action takers, who want to become the kind of person you've always wanted to be, I've got some extra special incentives for you. If everything I talked about wasn't amazing enough, if you grab your course now by clicking that link before June 3rd, 2021 at 11:59 p.m. and before I log off this webinar, these are special fast action bonuses. These go away when I click the end button on tonight's meeting. The bonuses I've talked about up to this point are available until 11:59 p.m. tonight. At 11:59 p.m., you can no longer get these bonuses. If you're calling Stephanie right now, okay, and the line is busy, leave your name, leave your contact information. If your information is on her machine, you will qualify for bonuses. Because what happens whenever we do this webinar, people surge to buy, and Stephanie's inundated, and that's okay. As long as your information's in the queue, you'll qualify. Excellent. K-Fob's just ordered. Excellent. Welcome aboard, my friend. But for those of you who are ready, and if you've already ordered, you get these bonuses too. These are for those of you, these were the unannounced bonuses. For those of you who are ready to take your life to the next level, these go away when I log off the webinar, okay? We're gonna give you the NLP 3-month trial membership to the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program. This is a $594 value. It's actually a whole lot more. So I'm gonna jump off the PowerPoint for a moment just to explain this. The NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program is the world's longest paid skill building NLP practice group. You will not get a certificate from the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program. What you will get is a skill set. The way it works is on the third Saturday of every month, people log in or they show up at my facility, and I literally go around the room and I say, Stephanie, what do you learn? Chris, what do you learn? K-Fob, what do you want to learn? Norma Yatan, what do you want to learn? Holly, what do you want to learn? Seth, what do you want to learn? Josh, what do you want to learn? Allegra, what do you want to learn? They tell me what they want to learn. I write them on the board. I look at it and I see where all the threads connect. Where do all these different things that people want to learn about connect? I create a lesson plan right on the spot. And for the next 4 hours, I drill you on the skills that you came to learn until you can do them in your sleep. At the end of the 4 hours, you go out into the world to put those skills to work. You will not get a certificate from the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program. What you will get is a skill set, the ability to actually do this stuff by working side by side for 4 hours to 8 hours at a time with people who want to learn this stuff too. The fastest way to go from interesting information to maximum transformation is to actually do the drills. And there's no better way to do that than to surround yourself with a community of people who all want to learn the same stuff and get the opportunity to practice. If you want to take, again, if you want to go from initiation to ownership, this is one of the ways that we do that. Our job at NLP Power, at David Snyder NLP, which is our new website, which will be launching soon, is to take you from where you are to where you want to be in the shortest amount of time possible. The only way that we can do that is by giving you the opportunities to roll up your sleeves, surround yourself with people who want to do the same thing, and actually practice so you can take those skills out into the real world. We're going to give you 3 months to come in, try the program, work side by side with me, get feedback from me, interact with me, work side by side with 10, 20, 30, 40 other people in a group situation where you can focus on the things you actually want to learn about. If you like it, stay. If you don't, you at least got to spend some cool time with learning cool stuff with other people who like to do cool stuff. But the best part, probably one of the best parts, aside from the live interaction about the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program, is that we've been running that program nonstop, without fail, since 2010. We're going on 11 years now that we've been running this. It's been super successful. One of the reasons that I can do so many of the things that I can do, and even through a Zoom connection like we're doing now, is because of the time I've spent standing in front of a room full of people, being asked all these different things, finding a way to make them all fit together in ways I never thought about. It's forced me to get better. If you would like to be, have the skill sets that you see me demonstrate and use them in your life, come to the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program. Try it for 3 months. If you like it, stay. If you don't, hey, didn't cost you anything, right? But here's one of the best parts about the mentoring program. We've videotaped every single session since 2010. We've archived all of the video footage from each of those training sessions on our private Facebook group, our NLP Power website, and a lot of it is now archived on our YouTube channel under our membership levels. Our platinum, diamond, and gold membership levels all have 100% access to the NLP Power 10-year Mastermind Mentoring Archive. Stuff that's never seen the light of day on YouTube. We've never put it in a product. And you have full access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can binge watch 11 years of material that we've never shown to the general public for the entire 3 months. And if you decide to stay in the mastermind, you have unlimited access to it. You can binge watch it to your heart's content. So it's really way more than $594 value. It's really a whole lot more than that. But I wanted to explain that to you because if you're really serious about taking your skills to the next level, about owning the skills instead of just knowing about them, this is where that transition takes place. This is where the rubber hits the road. So if you know you want to be that level, the A-list of influencer, manifest the life you want, be the person you've always wanted to be, click that link and jump in and grab some of these fast action bonuses for yourself. If you like it, keep it. If you don't like it, we'll refund your money, okay? So I just wanted to kind of go through that with you and inspire you to click the links and go ahead and reserve your program. Because again, there's only a few of these bonuses that we're going to be giving out. Okay, so total combined value so far, if you include everything else, pardon me, is $9,985, but we're not going to stop there. We're also going to give you, for those of you who like to take action and like to start fast, we're going to throw in the Stealth Instant Conversational Hypnosis Crash Course. This was a course that drills down specifically on the 7 most powerful language patterns. It teaches you instant and rapid inductions. It teaches you our famous 3 magic questions protocol that causes people to like, love, and trust you in as little as 20 minutes. and can create very powerful, long-lasting love relationships when it's leveraged properly. You'll get an extra 7-video course on me teaching the Magnificent 7 plus or minus 2 language patterns when I was doing live private meetups. And what else is in there? I think there's a crash course on lie detection, as well as anchors in action and hypnotic hot buttons. These are all NLP-based micro trainings on things that will actually enhance your ability. But this course is designed literally, you watch the first 2 videos and you're ready to go out and hypnotize people starting that night. This is for people who really want a fast action, a fast start, don't want to spend a week watching, a 5-video course or whatever. So if this is something that you want, we're going to give this to you. It's a $997 value. It comes with workbooks. It comes with transcripts. It comes with manuals and PowerPoints, everything you need to watch it tonight, hypnotize people tomorrow. It's yours absolutely free. It's a $997 value. We're going to give it to you. Total combined value for all the things we've talked about so far is $10,982, but we're not going to stop there. Like I said before, the fastest, most powerful way to get these skills into you is through our live events. And so what we're going to include for the first 15 people to register for this program. Now listen, if you've already clicked that link, you've already got one of these. You're one of the first 15, you automatically get this. This is the way the universe's way of rewarding you for being a fast action taker. You always get more than you expect. The VIP Super Ticket is one of the most popular aspects of our program. It gives you free admission to any single live event of your choice in our 2021, 2022 calendar and beyond. Now there are some restrictions to this, so let me explain these to you really quick. If I'm doing a training that involves another trainer, there's always a revenue share involved. And so you can't use the VIP ticket to cover the full cost of the event. We usually give people a credit towards the price of the event, but there's only 1 or 2 of those that I do a year. If the course that you want to sign up for has a prerequisite, for example, next month, we've got vibrational healing coming up, which is an energy healing class that requires you to have killer influence first. You need to satisfy the prerequisite before we can let you in the class. Okay. And finally, if the course is more than 7 days, so anything that's 7 days or less, you can use this VIP ticket for. Okay. So this gives you free admission to any single live event outside of what I've just talked about. And the way this works is you don't even need to know what event you want to take. As long as you have this ticket and your name is in our database, if a training comes up that you want to attend, all you do is you pick up the phone or you email Stephanie, say, hey, Stephanie, I got this VIP ticket on a webinar special. I'd like to attend this class. She will move you to the head of the line. Even if the class is full, we will make a seat just for you, okay? Let's say you're planning to come to an event and something happens at the last minute. Your boss is a dickhead and makes you work. There's a death in the family. The government levels new COVID restrictions that prohibit you from travel. All you got to do is pick up the phone, let Stephanie know, and we will move you to another training. You have this VIP ticket until you choose to use it. I've literally had people get a VIP ticket in 2016 and call me in 2020 and say, hey, I got this VIP ticket 4 years ago. Is it still good? We say, come on in, okay? One of the best parts about the VIP ticket is that once you have this, the price point of the event no longer matters. So let's say you want to come to an event that is $14.97, right? You show your VIP ticket, you move to the head of the line. Let's say the event you want to come to is $19.50. You show your VIP ticket, you come right to the head of the line. Let's say Europe or UK opens up. We go to do a training over in the UK. You bought your ticket from America, right? And the price point of the UK training or the European training is in euros, which has a higher exchange rate than dollars. It doesn't matter. You get to come to the head of the line because the price of the event does not matter. Let's say you want to share the wealth. Let's say that you have somebody you would love to come to an event with you. You can gift this ticket to somebody else and they can come, or you guys can share the ticket and you can each pay half and get a 2-for-1. are two for one price, right? Lots of ways that you can utilize this ticket. You have it until you use it. It does not expire. So let's see. Sorry, I'm getting distracted sometimes by the chats. Let's see. What else about that? These are awesome. Like I said, I've literally had people get a ticket in 2016 and not call me till 2018, 2019, 2020, and it's good. You have it until you use it. It never expires. Okay. If the training is sold out, we'll find a seat. All we ask is that if you know you're coming, let us know as soon as possible so we can prepare the materials for you. Try not to show up at the last minute. But yeah, that's what we've got for you. So total value, once again, if you did all the math, we're going to give this to you absolutely free. It's a $1,950 value. Actually, it's actually a $2,250 value because most of our trainings are $2,250 at the door. If for some reason, when you go back over our packages and you notice that you have some of these products already, let Stephanie know, and we will substitute products out that have a similar or greater price point. Okay. So $12,932 total combined value. Let's review once again. The total package value, $12,932. What you're getting. You're going to get the Secrets of Personality Transformation Ultra Mind Control Training Home Study Course and the manual, $2,497. Identity by Design Hypnotherapy Home Study Course, $1,497 value. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. The Hidden Laws of Attraction, Manifestation and Mind Control Mastery Home Study Course, $1,497. We're going to give you that absolutely free as well. The Stealth CPI Universal Persuasion Protocol, valued at $1,950. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. Renegade Reframing, How to Overcome Objections and Conversational Belief Change, $1,950 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program, plus the archive, $594 value. We're going to give it to you free. You're going to get the Stealth Instant Conversational Hypnosis Crash Course, $997 value, absolutely free. And finally, you're going to get that VIP super ticket, your choice of any single live event in our 2021, 2022 calendar and beyond. Total value is actually $1,950 value. It's actually $2,250 value, but we're going to give it to you absolutely free. If you have any questions about what the VIP ticket covers and what it does not, reach out to Stephanie at 858-282-4663. Please leave your name and number if the line is busy. Okay. So again, you get it all for one low installment today of just $997, or you can break that up into 3 easy payments of just $397. And all you got to do to get yours is go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. It's www.nlppower.com/unconscious. And I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a few minutes. We're going to do a restroom break. When we come back, we're going to start teaching you a little bit more about the universal persuasion protocols. We're going to teach you about the primary encoding systems, the proprioceptive grid, and how to begin making changes. Okay, so let's take while you're clicking those links, let's take a 7-minute break. Actually, let's take a 8-minute break. Just come back at 6:05. All right, 6:05 p.m. my time, so that's roughly 7 minutes. That should be more than enough time for most of us to urinate or whatever. If you have questions, please post them in the chat. Veterans, if you've been around for a while, feel free to answer any questions people have. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and start going through some processes to reprogram our subconscious mind and move forward with our lives. Okay, so again, I'll see you at 6:05. Nirmala asked a really great question, and it was so good. I actually kind of wanted to answer this on the camera. He asked, "Can I use this skill set for health?" 1000%. In fact, one of the interesting things about the identity by design process is that it actually started out as an inner game workshop for aspiring pickup artists, but the power of the transformations that it caused was so massive that we decided to start using it clinically. And when we started throwing this thing at terminal illness, anxieties, traumas, phobias, tumors started shrinking in minutes. People who had scoliosis pain for 20, 30, 40, 50, 40 some years went away in 5 minutes. It was crazy. So most of what I've been doing clinically, Nirmala, has been utilizing these exact processes for health and for healing. But there's so much more you can do with it. But yes, the short answer is absolutely. My students, many of whom are on this webinar tonight, have used this to take away pains and aches and really serious health conditions. We've had at least 5 or 6 documented cases of people utilizing these processes to fix neuropathy, right? Where cells literally have stopped, because of circulation, because of brain trauma, or whatever. There's no sensation. They take it out, they spin it, they put it back in, the feeling comes back, right? So, even though we're talking about reprogramming the subconscious mind, there is nothing in you that your unconscious mind does not influence. And so once you understand how the system works, because the system's designed around synergy, it's designed for all the divisions of the nervous system to work together using a language that all of those parts of you understand. So thanks, David, means I can use it for a relationship with my negative husband. Yes. Okay. You may want to reach out to us by phone in terms of what techniques to use, what strategy, what's the context and the scenario. But the short answer is yes. You can use this absolutely to deal with negative people, right? The fastest way to become effective with negative people is by fixing your own shit first, by the way. So the short answer is yes. The package that we're dealing with gives you both the mindset side and the skill set side. So if you've got issues with negative people, the reframing, the conversational, the CPI level 1, these are all things that will synergistically give you the ability to change the situation, right? There's always a lot of variables. The one thing you have the most control over is you. So we're going to give you the maximum amount of control over you so you can manage those other variables in the most powerful and effective way possible. That's what the course is about, okay? And then depending on what you want to learn next, that would reach out to us, because what we do is we always tell people before you decide to get any package or jump into a program, reach out to us, because our job is to mentor you. It's to guide you, to show you the least number of courses to take to get from where you are to where you want to be. Because if you've been to our website, we've got 20, 30, 40 products on there easily. It's easy to get lost. It's easy to get overwhelmed. But once we know your chosen application, where you want to focus, like Nirmala wants to focus on health. Who are we looking at? Whose name is this here? And some people want to work with husbands and wives. That's fine. You can do that, right? But again, things are targeted. Can I make a Skype call? Yeah, you can do Skype calls. Just again, reach out to Stephanie and she'll direct you about, and she'll point you in the direction of where to go. Okay. All right. Any other questions about the packages before we move on? Okay, cool. So again, if you're on the fence, these are, I just found out these are going really quick. I don't know how many of those 15 slots are left. So go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious before they're all gone. Okay. And again, all the products are completely worth it at full price, but if you want the biggest bang for your buck, plus that VIP ticket, I recommend you go ahead and click that link so we can move on. So that being said, take a moment, and after you finish doing your thing with Stephanie or whatever, take a moment and do me a favor, type in the chat what you want to focus on next. What do you want to learn about next? Do you have a specific area of application that we can target these things for? Real quick shout out to, I'm going to answer this one live. Patricia Hampton asks, I'm out of touch with my unconscious mind, so I'm susceptible to covert hypnosis. I am being gaslighted. How can I stop this? The first thing you got to do, Patricia, and this goes for anybody who's ever felt like they've kind of been on the receiving end of a gaslighting tactic or a narcissistic manipulation or something of that nature. There's two aspects to that. First is self-awareness. You have to know yourself well enough to calibrate when things are being externally imposed on you versus internally generated. Narcissists and other forms of manipulators are extremely good at making you believe certain things about yourself, right? But that information is coming from outside of you, right? So if you have a strong sense of personal identity, you know what your boundaries, your beliefs are, which goes back to that hierarchy we talked about at the beginning of the webinar, then you're much more able to protect your boundaries and recognize when they're being violated. The second piece is you need tools. Not only do you need an awareness of yourself, you must have the will to resist. You must have the will to fight back, right? So again, you have that awareness part coming up. You must have that identity side down, which again is covered in this webinar, as well as the package that we're talking about, right? And then finally, you need the tools to fight back. All right, it's not enough to want to fight back many times. You have to have the how, and that's where your conversational hypnosis and your conversational tactics that we teach in the second half of the training will come in to help. You'll have that universal persuasion protocol, so you'll automatically understand where people are coming from, what's happening below the surface, how to align people's emotions in the direction you want them to go, and how to speak to them in a way that makes you more of their ally. And then finally, you'll have these 14 conversational reframe patterns that will allow you to deflect or reorient any verbal assault that you're given. You'll be able to come any objection, win any argument. So this is, again, one of the most powerful aspects of the whole package that we talked about. Again, I'm not going to talk about the package anymore. We're going to get back into the training, but this is a question that you asked, so I'm just going to show you that there's two aspects to this. The reason people can manipulate you is A, because of the weak boundaries, and B, the weak sense of self, right? Because there are certain Achilles heels that they zero in on, and they know that these are touch points for you. Once you understand how to find them and clean them up, they lose their ability to manipulate you. They no longer have the same emotional impact, and you also have the relentless resolve to push back. And that's going to make you more powerful in the long term, okay? Let's see here. Norm says, I want to make payments, but PayPal checkout. Okay. Stephanie can help you with that, Normala. Okay. So let me see here. Going back to the questions. Vitran says, Echo Talk work with college students. Okay. A veteran. Okay. Ryabel. Yes, it's fair. Joyful feeling. Okay. Can I use this to cure claustrophobia? Yes. Codependency? Yes. As Nachi says, joyful feeling. Yes, it's fair. Do you or your associates do handwriting analysis? I do handwriting analysis, Raya. Okay. So I answered that live, done. Answer live, done. I'm going back over your questions because I told you I would. Done, done, and done. Okay, perfect. All right, see what else we got here. Can I reverse past wrong beliefs? Yes. Let's see here. Law of attraction is independent. All right. Can I become better at chess? Yes, you can. Peter Chang says. Okay. Want to make payment. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Okay, let's see here. What would self-hypnosis be good for? Would it be good to use it for mindset change? Yes. In fact, the entire Secrets of Personality Transformation course is actually a self-hypnosis training course. It's designed to help you write your own ticket. Okay. I like to learn how to reconnect with emotions. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our universal persuasion. I've got my webinars mixed up. My apologies. All right, so let's go back to this. So the first thing we want to talk about is how to dialogue with your own unconscious mind. Okay? When we start to unpack problems and issues, very often what happens is people confuse conscious responses with unconscious responses. They expect that their unconscious mind is going to communicate with them the same way their conscious mind does. Okay? And it's actually not the case. And this is why a lot of times, how many of you here are actually therapists of some kind or another? If you're a therapist or something like that, go ahead and type that in the chat. Therapist, coach, what have you. Music 80 says, does spinning work for panic issues or changing beliefs? It can. It's just a matter of when you do it. One of the problems with spinning is that it's predicated on an ability to follow instructions. Okay. If you have enough conscious resources or cognitive resources, let me jump out of this really quick. In terms of spinning, if you have enough cognitive capacity to actually do the process, spinning will work. However, if you're in full-blown panic mode where you've lost conscious control of your body, okay, you have to get that back first. And so that's almost always going to result in some kind of physiology-based technique, usually changing your posture, changing your breathing, and holding it. Okay, you've got to get that physical equilibrium back so that your mind can follow an instruction. But you'll be amazed at how, again, and it also depends on whether you are working by yourself or if somebody's there to guide you. If you have somebody to guide you through a process, you can be on the knife edge of losing control completely and still get powerful change, right? If you're working solo, you need to be able to disidentify or go meta to the problem. So what do I mean by that? If we go back to this map of the hierarchy of beliefs, hold on, where is it? Here we go. This oh man, it's a mess, isn't it? This is why I always have to make sure all my stuff is erased. Okay, so you see here on this map, there's a hierarchical structure, right? We told you top controls bottom, right? If we go back to body-centered programming, there we go. We look at this map here. Oops. This is a map of that proprioceptive grid that we played with earlier. Remember I said point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it? This is how I envision it. Now you'll notice when we pointed to where we feel it, reach out and touch it, right? We pointed out to a little object out here, right? We pointed to something in our body. We used our hand and we reached out and we connected our internal and our external. You see what it says right here? Disidentified, dissociated, 100% associated or identified. Here's a very, very, very important principle when it comes to any form of self-directed trance work. You must, if you want to gain control of something, you must disidentify from it. Okay. So what do I mean by that? That means that you have to be above it. One of the biggest challenges that people have when they're trying to work on themselves is many times they're cognitively at the same level as the problem. And so they can't quite get I'm sorry, I don't know why this keeps skipping around like this, right? Many times they can't get at the problem. The Soviet sports psychologists in a book called Red Gold discovered was that anything you identify with controls you. Anything you disidentify from, you gain control over. Now, what does that mean practically? I see people believing they are less than the problem. Yes. Okay. So if you go back to that hierarchy of beliefs, right? You had the transpersonal or spiritual, you had identity level, you had beliefs and values, you had capabilities, you had all the way down to environment, right? Okay. The higher up you go on the scale, the more control you have over things believed. But the identity level is where all of our problems tend to start. In NLP, we have this concept known as confusions of logical levels. What does that mean? If you've ever heard people say, oh, I'm just not good at things like that, or I'm a fat person, or I'm a smoker, or I always do this, right? Or I always have this. What you're hearing, anytime you hear a sentence beginning with an I am sentence, I am an accountant, I am a vest wearer, I am a fat person, I am fat, I am lazy, I am. What you're hearing through the techniques of their speech, which is always a map of how people think, by the way. The words that come out of a person's mouth is a direct map for the structure of their thoughts, once you understand how to interpret it. But we bypass that in most cases and go right to the meat suit, which is a much more powerful system, and there's less links in the chain. Okay. We can do a lot of the things I'm sharing with you, we can do them conversationally, but it's much faster to hit them through the body and change it that way. So this is, again, when people come to the webinar like this, they want to make a change. They don't want to spend 6 hours learning a series of words that they hope will make a change. Pardon me. They want to make a change. So when we're dealing with NLP, we're dealing with two sets of language. You're dealing with spoken language and you're dealing with body language. And when I say the language of the nervous system, if we go right to the language of the nervous system, we create the deepest level of change the fastest, which is what people want. Okay. Yes, it's conversationally possible through 45 minutes or an hour of talking to make a tiny change. Or you can do it in 2 minutes, just pointing to where you feel it, reaching out and touching it. Which would you rather do? But this concept that we're getting into now interacts with the structures we talked about earlier, this idea of identification versus disidentification. Anything we identify with, our body will fight to keep. So when people say, I am a smoker, or I am obese, I am, what you're hearing is an identity statement. What that means is, in many cases, they have confused something that they are with something that they do. So going, again, I'm going to show you this map really quick once again, because I'm going to keep hopping back to it, because I want you to really understand this. When people say I am, that belief is here. But more often than not, what you'll hear is I'm a smoker. Well, smoking is not an identity. Smoking is a behavior. And so what has happened is what NLP likes to call a confusion of logical levels, where you've taken something you do and assumed it's something you are. So here's a real quick linguistic technique for you to fix an issue with logical levels. Remember I said many times people have a difference between mindset and a skill set? Well, that's also, it's very, very similar in structure to the difference between a belief of identity and a belief of behaviors. So people say, I'm a smoker. All right, let's pick something that has been, let's do this, okay? You all have something you do for money, right? True or false? Right? So I want you to say this. I want you to say to yourself, I am a master hypnotist. I am a master hypnotist, or I am an accountant. I am a teacher. I am a coach, whatever it is. Right? I am tired. Very good. Okay. Right. Well, here's the thing. Now I want you to change the phrase. Notice how that makes you feel when you say those things. Right. Right. Notice how it makes you feel when you say I am a to yourself. Right. And now change it to a behavior. Say, I do hypnosis. I do smoke. I do overeat. Notice how that changes how you feel about the issue. And type in the chat what happened in your mind when you did that. right? Do is outside, I am inside. Excellent, very good. First was a power feeling, right? So let's take this one step further now. I want you to say this. I am my memories. I am my memories. Just say it out loud to yourself. Notice how it makes you feel. I am my memories. Okay. Now I want you to say something different. I want you to say, I have memories, and I am more than my memories. I have memories, and I am more than my memories. What did you notice when you did that? Again, this is experiential. If you don't do this, you won't understand. That feels better. Why does it feel better? What happened that it caused you to feel better? Empowerment? Felt different, right? Metaphorically speaking, what happened to you, I felt like I took something back. Yes. What happened to you, if we want to look at this from an identity versus a lack of identity level, is when you say, I am my memories, that means these are the same, right? This is the sum total of who you are. The moment you say, I have memories, this happens. You are now more than that. It liberates you. You changed perspective spatially. And here's the thing you need to understand, that this linguistic process taps into spatial memory, which is the oldest, most powerful memory that you have. This is why we keep accessing spatial locations around our body. Your spatial memory is, next to your reptile brain, the oldest, most well-developed part of you. Okay? So the moment you say, I have, you go meta, you rise above, or you expand to be bigger than the one issue, right? So one of the things that that happens, I am not my body, I am not even the mind. Yes. So how do we hack this process? How do we hack this process? And part of this comes from NLP, part of this comes from Russian sports psychology, some of this comes from pranic healing, and part of it comes from me. So this is how we do it. In terms of mindset, human beings labor under two big delusions that relate directly to this proprioceptive grid. The first is that your memories are real. In other words, that your memories are in fact the thing they're recordings of. They're not. They're imperfect recordings of things that only happen to you once. You have a primary experience, your body records it, it's done, it's gone in the mists of time. But what you have is this recording that you keep referring to and relating to. And human beings labor under the delusion that their memories are the sum total of who they are, which is why a lot of times they fight to keep their memories the same, because they believe that if they change that memory, they're going to change who they are and they'll stop being that person. Well, that's kind of why you're here, is you want to be somebody better, right? Here's the thing we need to understand about memories. Memories are not accurate. They are imperfect recordings of something that happened to you once. And every time you reconstruct the memory, in other words, every time you remember it, because you don't remember things, you reconstruct them, they change. So the memories you have of an event that you're struggling to hold on to are not even accurate. And this is the neuroscience. You don't have to believe me. Go look up the neuroscience. The memories that you have are not even accurate depictions of the things you think you had. So here's the thing I want to ask you. If the memories that you have aren't even accurate recordings of the things that happened to you, and they're constantly changing anyway, why not change them to something that makes your life better? Wouldn't that make sense? Why don't we? Because we believe that our memories are us, but they're not. That's like saying the books behind me or your DVD collection at home is the sum total of all of that you are. It's simply not the case. You are so much more than your memories. You're so much more than your emotions. You're so much more than your behaviors. You're even more than your identity. Say this to yourself. I have an identity, but I am more than my identity. I have a personality, but I'm more than my personality. I have limiting beliefs, but I am more than my limiting beliefs. Notice what happens when you say those things to yourself. And type in the chat what you notice. I'm empowered. Excellent. Changing how our past impacts our now and future. Excellent. A change, right? All you did was change the way you ordered things. You just played with that hierarchy of beliefs that we just talked about, right? But the beautiful part is separation of feelings from identity. Perfect. If you want to become more than any problem that you face, the linguistic mantra that you use is say, I have X and I am more than X. Or I have X, but I'm more than X. Both will work. I have X, but I am more than X. You with me so far? I have X, but I am more than X. So let's say you come in and you say, okay, I'm fat, I'm overweight. Well, the first red flag that should go off, say, I am. That's an identity statement. Being overweight is not an identity. It's a behavior, right? If you're overweight, it's because you eat too much or you don't exercise enough, right? So change the I am statement to a chunk down. And then you say, I'm overweight, or I have excess fat, but I'm more than my weight problem, right? I'm more than my weight issue, right? Okay. Some people will feel a lot from this, some people won't, right? I'm not a big fan of even though I bill myself as one of the world's leading experts on conversational hypnosis, it's the last thing I teach my students because most people don't have it's a learning curve. Once you get it, you've got a superpower, but it's much faster to just go through the body. So don't worry if you didn't feel a lot from the linguistic side of this, because when we start tackling the proprioceptive grid, which is where we're going, you're going to feel some shit, right? And again, when you're dealing with nervous systems and encoding systems like this, the more you do it, the more plastic the system becomes. So the first limiting delusion that people work from is that their memories are who they are, that their memories are real. They're not, okay? You are the way you are because of the way you've been relating to and playing the recordings of those events. But you have permission and the ability to change them in any way that you want. And we're going to practice that in a few minutes. Okay, I got a few things I want to go over, but foundationally that I want you to have, and then we're going to do a group exercise together. Okay. The next thing I want to talk about is the second big limiting delusion, is that you are your memories, or that your memories are real. And I covered them both. The first one is that your memories are real, that they are in fact the things that happened to you, and they aren't. The second one is that your memories are you. You are way more than that. The Soviet sports psychologists, there's a book out there called Red Gold. I've been talking about it for years. What they discovered was that anything you can disidentify from, you gain control over. Anything that you identify with controls you. So if you are talking to yourself in identity statements like, I'm angry, I'm a liar, I am lazy, you've identified with the process of being lazy, which means it now controls you. But the moment you separate from that, you go meta to it, you gain control over it. This is one of the biggest problems that we have when we're doing self-work, because sometimes it's very difficult for us to experientially go meta to rise above our problem. This is why many times it's actually more useful to have someone like myself or Holly or Stephanie or Seth or any of the Allegra or any of the people on this call guide you through these processes, right? Because they're automatically going to allow you to be more meta to the problem. Are y'all with me today so far on this? Okay. Now, the next piece is, remember, regardless of where you are at on that hierarchy of beliefs, whether you're at the transpersonal level, the spiritual level, the identity level, the values and beliefs level, the capabilities level, behaviors, all the way down to environment, all of your beliefs are built from the same brick and mortar. They're built from, let me put a page here. Visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory data. So what does this mean? Well, let's play a little game. How many of you can feel good for no friggin' reason? Type it in the chat. How many of you can feel good for no friggin' reason? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to close your eyes. And again, this is an exercise to introduce you to the primary encoding system. The vast majority of the things that you're going to be experiencing and eliciting in yourself, you're not going to need to use them. But it's important for you to understand. Okay? So close your eyes. I want you to think back to a time in your life when you saw something that you really, really, really wanted. I mean, on a scale of 0 to 10, it had like a lust factor of 50, right? I want you to remember that moment when you realized that that was something that you really wanted. What were you seeing in that moment? What were you hearing? What were you smelling? What were you tasting? What were you feeling? Notice there's a place in your body where those feelings start, where they grow, where they spread from. Take a moment, point to where you feel it. And if there were a picture floating in this floating in the space around you that represented that amazing feeling you could reach out and touch, where would you reach out to touch it? Go ahead, take your other hand, reach out and touch it. When you've got that, trace the outline of that picture with both of your hands so you know how big it is. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about that picture. I just want you to make mental notes to the answers to the questions I'm going to ask you. I want you to focus in on all the visual attributes of that picture. Is the picture in color or is it in black and white? Is it moving or is it still? Is it fuzzy or is it clear? Is it one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional? Are you in the picture or are you seeing it like you're looking at it through a first-person perspective? Okay. Take a moment, make a mental note of those things. And if you want to, you can jot them down on a piece of paper, right? Now I want you to tune in now to all the sound aspects in that picture that you pointed to. Is there sound or isn't there? Are there voices? Is it loud? Is it soft? Is it quiet? Does it move? Are there multiple sources of sound? Right? Make mental notes of those. If you want to jot them down, go ahead. All right. Next piece, focus on the feelings. Do they move? Are they strong? Are they weak? Do they stay in one spot? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it sharp? Is it dull? Is it sweet? Is it sour? Right? What are the attributes of the feelings? Is it in one space more than another? Right? Make a mental note of those. Right? And when you've done that, we're just going to work with three of the five, just for the sake of time. When you've done that, just go type done in the chat. Excellent. Now, just for fun, I want you to remember a time in your life when you saw something that you were presented with, but it just kind of left you completely neutral, right? I want you to remember that moment. See what you saw, hear what you heard, smell and taste what you smell and you taste. Notice that when you do that, when you see what you see and you hear what you hear and you smell and you taste what you smell and you taste, there's a feeling that you get somewhere in your body. A feeling of right? Point to where you feel that. Take your other hand. If there were a picture floating in the space around you that represented that thing, picture you could reach out and touch. Where would you reach out to touch it? Go ahead and trace the outline of that picture with both of your hands so you know how big it is. When you've done that, focus on the visual attributes. Focus on the visual attributes of that picture. Is it color or black and white? Is it moving or is it still? First person or second person, right? What other visual attributes come to your attention? Make a mental note of those. Okay. Now, tune in to the sound aspect. What do you hear? Do you hear anything? Is there no sound? Is there sound? Are there voices? Is there tonality? Is there speed? How fast is the voice? Are there sounds in multiple places? Right? What do you hear? Right? Make notes of that. And then finally tap into the feelings. Where are the feelings in your body? Do they move? Do they stay in one spot? Are they sharp? Are they dull? Right? Once you've got that, I want you to just go ahead, make a mental note, jot that stuff down so you can reference it later. And then what I want you to do is simply think about what you had for breakfast yesterday. When you've done that, go ahead and in your mind, call up both pictures side by side. Side by side. And what I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to compare them. Compare the visual attributes of the thing you were lusting after versus the visual attributes of the thing that was meh. How are they different? How are they different? Once you've got all the differences down, tune in to the sounds. Look at all this, the auditory attributes of that picture of the thing you want, all the auditory attributes of the thing that was meh, right? And then what I want you to do, tap into focus in on the feeling aspects. How are they the same? How are they different? And notice how they're different. And here's what I want you to play with now, just for fun. I want you to go ahead and take all the visual attributes of the thing that was meh and change them to match the visual attributes of the thing you lusted after. Right? So if the thing you lusted after was crystal clear first person, make the thing that was meh crystal clear in first person, right? Go through all the visual attributes of the thing that was meh and change it to the thing that was, oh my God, I want that, right? Once you've done that, all I want you to do is listen to the thing that was meh, focus in, tune in to all the auditory attributes, and make them match the thing that was making you salivate, that made you want that, right? And change it. Take all the time you need in the next couple minutes to do that. This is just a quick introduction to the primary encoding system. We actually don't need to use as much of this as we're using to get change, but I want you to understand how deep this well goes. And finally, focus in on the kinesthetics, the feeling attributes of the thing that was meh. Compare it to the feelings and the kinesthetics of the thing that was, oh my God, I want that, right? And make the meh feeling attributes match the lust factor attributes. Right? Then what I want you to do when that's done, when you've done all those three things, I want you to go ahead and reach up, shrink the meh feeling down to the size of a postage stamp, move it across into the location where the lustful feeling was, the thing you wanted more than anything else, and expand the picture and notice what happens. And type in the chat what you notice. And you can physically move it. Use your hands and physically move it. What do you notice? Tingles? The exercise is too fast for me? Okay. Everybody else is in trance. Big change. Change is better. It's better. Lindsay says, ah, right? What happened to the thing that was meh? Is it meh anymore? Weird, right? Right? Okay. You see, this primary encoding system is how, still pretty meh? No meh? Okay, perfect. All right, so let's think about something that on a scale of zero, how does this work for auditory digitals? Same way. You just change the digital attributes around. Auditory is kind of a combination of visual and auditory. Ability to change meh to yay. Now you think that might be useful if you're having trouble getting motivated to do something. My left hemisphere moved to the right hemisphere. Okay, so when we go back to our screen here, let me see. So we have time for one more exercise, but before I go into it, I just want to review. Is this useful, by the way? Okay, good. Now, here's the nice part about this. For the vast majority of change work that you want to do, you don't need to get that complicated. It doesn't need to be that complicated. In fact, if you can point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it, you can pretty much change whatever you want. But if you want to start changing values, changing beliefs, or like identity beliefs and things of that nature, you're probably going to want to drill down a little bit more on the primary encoding system, the VAKOG, right? But for the vast majority of things that hold us back, all we need to do is point to where we feel it, reach out and touch it, and notice the location. Okay, so for this next exercise, what we're going to do is we're going to actually find a limiting belief that we want to change, right? So, and what I want you to do is on a scale of 0 to 10, I want you to think of something that holds you back. And as you think about it, you see what you see and you hear what you hear and you smell and you taste what you smell and you taste. Point to where you feel it. If there were a picture floating in the space around you that represents that feeling, a picture you could reach out and touch, where would you reach out to find it? Trace the outline of that picture with both of your hands so you know how big it is. Reach out and grab it. Make the picture bigger. Notice what happens to the feeling in your body. Make the picture smaller, back to its original size. Notice what happens to the feeling in your body. Pull the picture closer to you. Notice what happens to the feeling. Put the picture back. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Imagine a big black frame right around that image. And if you feel, now you're probably too young to remember when televisions had real dials and knobs and switches instead of touch screens and remote controls, but I'd like you to feel along the base of that frame. You're going to notice some dials and knobs and switches like on an old style touch screen or remote control or on an old style television. I want you to find the knob that controls the brightness. Turn that knob all the way to the right until the image whites out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. Turn the image all the way to the left until the image blacks out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. And decide which one you like better. Whatever it is, if you like it all the way to the right, turn it all the way to the right so the image whites out. If you like it black, turn it all the way to the black. Now take the index finger of your dominant hand. And in glowing golden letters, using the index finger of your dominant hand, I want you to write across that whited out or blacked out screen everything this experience had to teach you, everything that your belief system was trying to do for you. Write those lessons across that whited out or blacked out screen in glowing golden letters so you can keep all the lessons and let everything else go. Now, some people know exactly what's right, and they just start writing like crazy. Some people have no clue what to write, but the unconscious mind is a part of you that always knows. So let that finger, just like automatic writing, let it start writing. And some people just draw squiggles. Some people draw pictures. Some people write fuck you across the screen, right? Some people write with both hands simultaneously, like they're writing Chinese and Hebrew at the same time. However your body does it, just keep writing. So you can keep all those lessons and let everything else go. Now, as people write, many times feelings and emotions come up. When they come up, write them on the screen. Put them on the screen. As they come up, they come out. As you feel it, you reveal it. As you reveal it, you heal it. Solved, dissolved, and resolved from the body. Solved, dissolved, and resolved from the mind for all the right reasons. Just keep writing until you know everything that needs to be kept is on that screen and everything else has been let go. When you know you're done, reach up with both of your hands. Physically shrink that picture down to the size of a postage stamp or even smaller. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change as your unconscious mind begins moving that image back behind you, back beyond the horizon until it disappears completely. You know the sound a hammer makes when you're banging on a nail or the nail gun's pumping those nails in? I want you to hear that picture nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back. And when you know it's nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back, test it. Try to bring that old feeling back. Try to turn the new feeling off and notice what happens instead. Go ahead and type your experiences in the chat. Tell me what you discovered. Just started laughing. Sandra says relief. Tears and laughter. Very good, Lisa. Relief. Excellent, Jose. Clearer, Allegra says. Lindsay Faith says direction, solace, and self-reliance. Love that. Okay. Lindsay says she feels bubbly. Yay, bubbly. Laughing as well as feeling lighter. Perfect. Here's the thing we need to understand about beliefs. Aisha says, whoa, feels better in my body. Absolutely. This is the difference, by the way, for those of you who weren't feeling a lot on the conversational stuff, the linguistic stuff. This is why I go to the body first. Because if you change your body, everything else changes too. And everything that the body expresses is coded in VAKOG. Comes back quick. Okay. Then you've got some other lessons that you need to work on, right? Okay. So here's how it works. Okay. So if for some of you, you probably got a lot more stuff to clear. Okay. There's probably some other reasons for holding on that you have to unpack those. All right. So now, how does this work for us? If you can point to where you feel it, you can change it, right? Let's see, where do I want to go with you now? Okay, so the reason I wanted to share with you, point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it, is because when we start making change and acting out the change work, we engage more and more of our neurology. Okay, if you've ever read the book, The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk, he's done a lot of the groundbreaking research on this, neurolinguistics aside. So here's what we want to do now is we're going to go through a process. We call it the control room. And before we do that, and this is where we're going to actually take this idea. The pain in my left shoulder feels more sharp. Okay. Did it move, Maria? By the way, one of the things that always happens, I always tell people when you do these exercises, especially on a group exercise like this, pick something that on a scale of 0 to 10 has about a difficulty level of 2 to 3. But people pick Godzilla. They always go for the 10s. So 10s always usually take multiple repetitions or something like that, unless somebody just, yeah. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We talked about, let me show you how this is organized so you guys can do some of this on your own. If we go back to, you know what? Let me do this. I got so much I want to download into you. For those of you who are on the fence about certain things, or in case you joined us late, we do have a special offer. Our total package is our Secrets of Personality Transformation Universal Mind Control Training Package. It's a 14 video set that has the 7-stage Identity by Design system. It's a $2,497 value. Comes with the online NLP Power Mastermind mentoring program. The Identity by Design Hypnotherapy Home Study course valued at $1,497. The Hidden Laws of Attraction, Manifestation, and Mind Control Mastery Home Study course, $1,497 value. The Stealth CPI Level 1 Universal Persuasion Protocol valued at $1,950. Renegade Reframing and Objection Obliteration, Speed Conversational Belief Change, $1,950 value. And for those of you who are among the first 15 to register, the Stealth Instant Conversational Hypnosis Crash Course, for those of you who want to learn tonight, hypnotize people tomorrow, it's $997 value. The Fast Action NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Practice Group Trial valued at $594. And the free VIP super ticket to get you into any single live event, valued at $1,950. Total value for this package, if you wanted to take advantage of it before I sign off for tonight, is $12,932. Total value, you can get it all for just one low installment of just $997, or if you like, you can break that up into 3 easy payments of $397 each. All you got to do is go to www.nlppower.com/go to take advantage of that. Remember, this offer goes away when I log off the webinar. So go ahead and click that link. So GM says, what should I be feeling after throwing stamp-sized belief over my shoulder? That's a great question, Jim. A lot of people think that they have to have crystal clear visualizations in order to do this. You don't. You just got to know where shit is. If you can point, if you're reaching out and touching it, even if you're only seeing a murky, confused, blurry mess, that's good enough, okay? Because we're dealing with multiple systems at the same time. Let's see here. So yeah, going back to this process. So here's what we're gonna do next. When we, where's my, here we go. That's not what I want. I'm sorry, it's a little hot in here and it's making me a little whiffy, so just bear with me here. Going back to this here. Here's the map I want you to understand, okay? Anything that's in front of you, how many of you noticed when you reached out to touch something, it was always in front of you, right? Any file in your system that's open, active, and running is almost always here. And the reason for that is neurologically, your body encodes issues that it hasn't fully resolved yet in front of you, kind of like your desktop. Anything that travels behind you, your nervous system classifies as overdone and complete, okay? So the moment something passes the physical boundary of your body, you become more and more associated into it. As it passes through you, which is how emotions are supposed to work, and it starts to move away, it gets less and less intense, okay? Whether you believe it or not, this is how it works for 99% of the people out there, with some small variations, but not enough to make a difference. So what happened is when you took that thing that was bothering you and you made it smaller, and then you moved it behind you, your neurology classified it as over and done. You can always go back and get it if you want it, but the further you move down through this process, the more disidentified or dissociated you become from the event. The primary distinction being anything behind you is done. Now, if you stop for a moment and think about language for a moment, when people describe resolving issues, what are some of the most common ways that they describe it? Don't they say, I got to get past this? I got to get over this. I got to get around to this, right? Well, think about something. If we get over something, if I'm standing this way, something's in front of me and I get over it, where does it end up? If there's something I need to get past, it's in front of me, isn't it? Put this behind me, very good, right? If I get past something, where does it end up? Right? Getting around to something, putting it behind me. All of these are spatial spatial metaphors. So literally what happens in your neurology is when your neurology codes something as done on an archetypal assembly line level, it automatically moves things behind you. Okay? So this is why when you shrunk it down and moved it behind you, for most of you, it went away. How many of you noticed when you made the pictures bigger, the feelings tended to get bigger? How many of you noticed when you made the picture smaller, the feelings tended to get smaller? Now, a small portion of you probably had the inverse. You made the picture bigger, the feeling got smaller. You made the picture smaller, the feeling got more intense, right? That's just a nuance of your coding system, right? This is the system that you're working with, but we have to connect. And this is why I don't like to use language as the primary. We need to connect the interoceptive systems of the body with the exterosystems of the body, the proprioception with the interoception. So we point where we feel it, we reach out and touch it. Now all the systems of the body are integrated using a language everything understands. Now by manipulating the construct out in front of us, we manipulate the body feelings, which tells us how to make the change. If we make a picture bigger and our feeling gets stronger, and it's what we want more of, we keep it. If we make a picture bigger and the bad feeling gets worse, we make it smaller. So we play with our own system. That's why I had you play with your own neurology earlier. We call it the frame game, right? Because once you understand the dynamics of this system, you can change anything you can point to. The rest is just repetition with a playful explorational energy. Does that make sense? Type in the chat if it makes sense. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to guide you through a group exercise. Now, this particular exercise is not one that I normally do. Okay, this is called the control room. Okay, so how many of you have ever seen a movie like The Avengers or Iron Man or Minority Report? Right? You guys remember like when Tony Stark is like he walks into his computer and he's got this hologram all around him where he's blowing images up, just deconstructing or exploding images, putting things back together. You guys all seen those scenes, right? Guess where the inspiration for that came from? For these holographic, it came from your nervous system. It came from this. Because isn't that what you were doing? When you, Ben Affleck in Paycheck, exactly, right? For those of you who remember those movies, right? If you imagine yourself in the center of this big virtual reality computer, and all of a sudden, all these images that you're reaching out and touching, they make a little bit more sense, don't they? You know, people like to say that human beings are like computers. That's actually wrong. Computers are becoming more and more like human beings, right? We had it first, right? Your cell phone, when you make a picture bigger on your cell phone, that's no different than when you make a picture bigger in your proprioceptive field. The difference is who had it first. Human beings are always creating technology that mirrors, at some level, what we're doing with our neurology. And so we have these really cool metaphors that allow us to take control of our neurology in much different ways. So in this exercise, we are going to do a little bit of a house clearing. In this exercise, I want you to imagine that you're sitting in the center of this big virtual reality computer, and all the stuff that you want to work with is floating in the space around you. So there's going to be things that you want more of and things you want less of, right? So here's how it works. When you look at one of those images floating around you, point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it. Decide if it's something you want more of or something you want less of. If it's something you want less of, white it out, put a frame around it, shrink it down to the size of a postage stamp, move it behind you, nail it back there. If it's something you want more of, again, here are the instructions. If it's something you want more of, point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it, trace the outline of the picture with both of your hands, make it bigger, make it smaller, move it up, move it down, Put it in the place that gives you the exact feeling you want to have at the exact intensity level that you want to have it. Okay? Fix it into place. Feel the energy flow from the picture to your body, from your body to your heart, from your heart to your bloodstream. And every place that blood flows, those feelings go. Does it matter if it's in the left or right side? No. What matters is how it makes you feel. Okay? There's certain human beings have many different levels of coding systems. What we are working with right now is the coding system that is most true for the vast majority of people from the time they're born. Now, you develop different kinds of coding systems as time goes on. We're not going to worry about those because as you get further and further along, they get less and less primal. We want to deal with primal systems because they affect everything fast. Okay. And at the level of data that we're processing right now, there is no distinction between a physical pain and an emotional one. Your neurology is going to process it the same way. Okay. That's not NLP. That's not psychology. That's neuroscience. That's medical science. Okay. So you guys ready to play a little bit? Yes or yes? Okay. I want you, again, a couple of caveats. A, this is going to be a group exercise. I'm going to talk to you as if I'm doing it one-on-one. However, some of you will do this really fast. Some of you will do this a little slower than others. Some of you will be right with me, and that's okay. Just do what I say. Follow my instructions to the best of your ability. Trust your unconscious mind to take in the information and act on it accordingly, okay? Have fun with it. Enjoy yourself. If I bring people out and you're still throwing shit in the fire or doing whatever, that's fine, right? Come out when you're ready. However, because this is a trance process, it will be an eyes closed trance process for most of you. You are not to do this process in any way, shape, or form while you are driving, operating heavy machinery, or engaged in any activity that involves your full and undivided attention. Okay? You have complete control over the process. You can come into it or out of it anytime you want. You can revisit the process as many times as you want to do further work. Is that okay? Does everybody understand me? With that in mind, do you promise and swear that you will do this work to the best, do this process with me to the best of your ability with the attitude of, I love this process and I know it's going to work? Okay, very good. So here's what I'd like you to close your eyes, take a deep breath in. Let that breath out with a sigh. Deeper and deeper with every breath you take and every beat of your heart. All I want you to do is relax. Let go. Listen to the sound of my voice. Any sounds you hear other than the sounds of my voice are simply the sounds of your environment or mind. They're not going to disturb you. They're not going to distract you in any way. In fact, all they're going to do is signal you, remind you, reinforce inside your mind and body and soul the fact that you're completely safe. That no matter how far inside you travel, no matter how deep inside your mind and body and soul you go, you will always, always, always be able to hear my words, follow my instructions, obey my commands, because you realize that everything I say and everything I do is for you, to give you the life and the lifestyle that you want, the way that you want it, by your standards and your definitions. Now, in a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to focus all of your attention on the lids of your eyes. I'm going to ask you to begin to relax those tiny muscles in your eyelids, and I want you to keep relaxing them. Relax them more and more and more until they're so relaxed they just don't want to work anymore. Until they're so relaxed, in fact, you couldn't actually open them without putting tension back into them. And when you're satisfied, you're convinced, they're so relaxed that they just don't want to work anymore, all I want you to do is give them a quick test just to be sure. And when you're satisfied, stop testing, float that level of relaxation from the top of your head all the way down to the tips of your toes, deeper and deeper with every breath you take and every beat of your heart. Just let go. Perfect. Now, in a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to begin to relax your mind just as deeply as we've been relaxing your body. We're going to do that in a very special way. In a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to begin to imagine the alphabet backwards, starting with the letter Z. With each and every breath you take and each and every beat of your heart, starting with the letter Z, all I want you to do is relax those letters completely out of your mind. Allow them, if you will, to become smaller and darker and harder to see. Turn the volume all the way down, 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 deeper and deeper, down, down, down. Now, obviously, I can't do this for you. Only you can allow this to happen. And when you know they're gone and you're as deeply relaxed in your mind as you are in your body, all I want you to do is allow your head to nod with honest, unconscious movements to let me know. And we'll continue with the next part of our process. Now, as you go through this process, many of you will be right with me in real time. Many of you will be going at your own pace. Many of you will be floating ahead or speeding ahead because you know the drill. However you do it is perfectly okay. As long as your unconscious can hear my voice, your unconscious can follow my instructions and obey the commands in its own way, in its own time, to get the results that you came here for all the right reasons. Your reasons. Now, in a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to use that amazing imagination of yours that I know you have. In a moment, I'm going to ask you if you can imagine something for me. I'm wondering if you can imagine a place that was so wonderful, a place that is so nurturing, so nourishing, so forgiving, so protective, so safe in every conceivable way, that no negativity of any kind could exist there for even a fraction of a second without being immediately vaporized or turned into its opposite. I'm curious. I'm wondering if you could imagine what a place like that might be like. Because when you do that, when you're in that place, what might you see? What might you hear? What might you smell? What might you taste? Because when you're in that place and you see what you see and you hear what you hear and you smell and you taste what you smell and you taste, there's an amazing, wonderful feeling that you get. A feeling that lets you know you're truly safe. And the best part is that there's a place in your body where those wonderful feelings start, where they grow, where they spread from. Go ahead and point to where you feel it. I'd like you to notice that there's a color, maybe even a series of colors connected to those amazing feelings. I'm curious, I'm wondering what color or colors that might be for you, first impression. Whatever it is, imagine a beautiful ball of that energy floating above your head. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change as with every breath you take and every beat of your heart, that amazing ball of energy begins to grow, begins to expand, begins to fill the entire room from floor to ceiling, from wall to wall, and all points in between. Notice how it wraps itself around you like an amazing blanket of safety. A cocoon, a shield, a suit of armor, insulating you, protecting you from all threats, all negativities, real or imagined, while at the same time, flooding your mind, flooding your body, flooding your spirit with everything it most wants, everything it most needs, in an infinite, ever-expanding, and unlimited supply. And when you know you've got that, I want you to breathe those amazing colors through your entire being. Let it fill you up like water fills up a bottle, like fluid fills up a test tube, like hot air or helium fills up a balloon. Anchor it in so fully, so completely, no force in the universe can turn it off or take it away. Not even you. And when you know you've got that, when you realize it's true, test it. Try to turn it off, try to take it away. Notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, stop testing. Because in a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to use that amazing imagination of yours once again. In a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. When I reach the number 3, I'm going to snap my fingers. When I snap my fingers, you're going to find yourself in a very interesting place. It's a dome-shaped room with pearly gray walls. And you're at the center of this amazing room. And as I snap my fingers, floating in the space around you are images, squares, colored squares of energy that represent things that you like, things you want more of, and things that you're ready to get rid of, things that you're ready to reprocess in new ways. And just like Tony Stark with his virtual reality computer, or Ben Affleck in Paycheck, or the Avengers, or Tom Cruise in Minority Report, you can reach out and you can play and deconstruct, and you can expand and contract and make them smaller and move them around. And notice how each and every time that you do that, the feelings in your body shift and change. And we're going to work together. We're going to walk through a process of reorganizing your personal internal virtual desktop. We call this the control panel. 1, feel yourself entering that amazing space, that dome-shaped room with pearly gray walls. 2, feel yourself settling into a comfortable control panel chair. And on the next count, all of those images can begin to appear around you. And 3, look around you and notice. As you look at it with your inner eyes, you can see all the positive stuff and all the less than positive stuff. And when you're ready, I want you to reach out and touch one of those images that represents a less than positive belief or memory or experience. As you touch it, notice there's a place in your body where the feeling connected to that image, that shape, that picture floating in the space around you is located. And point to where you feel that. Then when you're ready, take both of your hands, trace the outline of that less than positive belief or memory or image. And I want you to make it bigger, make it smaller. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change. And when you're finally ready to get rid of it, to reprocess it, to move it out of your mind and body forever in a way that's appropriate for you, to refile it in a new location, I want you to put a big, thick black frame around that picture. Feel along the base of the frame. You're going to notice little dials like knobs and switches on an old style television. I want you to turn that knob all the way to the right until the image whites out completely, and notice how that makes you feel. And turn the knob all the way to the left until the image blacks out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. Decide which one you like better. Whichever one it is, turn the knob to the appropriate setting and take the index finger of your dominant hand. And in glowing golden letters, go ahead and write across that image, that whited out screen or that blacked out screen, everything that this experience, this memory, this idea had to teach you, positive or negative. So you can keep all those lessons and let everything else go. Now, some people know exactly what to write. Some people have no conscious idea, but the best part is there's a part of you that always knows. So some people just let that finger start writing like automatic writing. Some people draw pictures. Some people draw squiggles. Some people write with both hands simultaneously, like they're writing Chinese or Hebrew at the same time. Every now and then, somebody gets rebellious, writes fuck you, fuck you, fuck you across the screen. That's okay. However your body does it, just keep writing. If emotions and feelings come up, put them on that screen and just keep writing. And when you know they're done, reach up, shrink that image down to the size of a postage stamp, float it up over your head, back, beyond the horizon behind you until it disappears from sight completely. And you know the sound a hammer makes when it's banging in a nail, or when a nail gun is putting in nail after nail after nail to make things really secure and impossible to come back. Feel that, hear that nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back. And when you know it's done, nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back, test it. Try to bring those old feelings back and notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, move on to the next one. Find another less than positive belief or memory or experience that needs to be refiled, reorganized, reprocessed. Point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it. Make sure you got the right one, make it bigger, make it smaller. Notice how it changes. Put a big black frame around it. White or darken that image out. Write in white or in glowing golden letters across that screen, everything that experience had to teach you. So you can keep all the lessons and let everything else go. When you're satisfied, when you know it's done, reach up, shrink it down to the size of a postage stamp. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change as your unconscious mind moves that image back behind you, back beyond the horizon, until it disappears completely. And hear that nail gun, nailing it back there for all eternity. Impossible to come back. And when you know it's done. Test it. Try to bring it back. Notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, go ahead, reach out, touch another one of those things that need reprocessing, point to where you feel it. Trace the outline of it with both of your hands, put a big black frame around it, white or darken the image out. Write in glowing golden letters across that screen everything it had to teach you, positive or negative. Let the feelings come up, let them come out, put them on that screen. As they come up, they come out. As you feel them, you reveal them. As you reveal them, you heal them. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the body. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the mind for all the right reasons. Take all the time you need at your own rate, at your own speed. Because now that you understand what to do, you have all the time you need to do it at the way that's right and natural for you. Realizing that you can come back to this control room, your control room, anytime you want to, anytime you need to make more changes. Because all you got to do to change any less than positive belief, memory, or experience is point to where you feel it. Reach out and touch it. Put a frame around it. White and darken the image out. Write those lessons on the screen. Shrink it down. Float it over your head back beyond the horizon until it disappears completely. Nail it back there. That's the process. You can do that easily now. Anything you want more of, all you need to do, I want you to reach out now. I want you to find something you want more of. Something that you'd like to be stronger, more intense, more satisfying, thrilling, and fulfilling in your life. Point to where you feel it. Reach out and touch it. Trace the outline of it with both of your hands so you know how big it is. And play with the size and shape. Move it up, move it down, move it in your body, move it out. Notice how every time you do, the intensity and the feelings and the qualities get bigger and stronger, more satisfying, more thrilling, more fulfilling than ever before. Play with that power until you find the exact size, shape, and location that gives you the exact feelings that you want to have at the exact intensity level that you want to have it. When you find that sweet spot, fix it into place. Let the energy from that picture flow from the picture to your body, from your body to your heart, from your heart to your bloodstream, and every place your blood flows, those feelings go into every nerve and every cell and every atom, into the very DNA of those cells, reprogramming, transforming, turning each and every cell of your body into a powerful, perpetual sensation factory. Each cell of your body generating more and more and more of those amazing feelings in an infinite, ever expanding and unlimited supply. And when you know you've got that, you know it's locked in, test it. Try to turn it off. Try to go back to the old way of feeling and notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, reach out, find another one of those positive images that you want more of, that you want to be more dominant, more active in your life. Point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it. Trace the outline of it with both of your hands. Make it bigger, make it smaller. Move it up, move it down, move it in, move it out. Find the exact size and shape and location that gives you the exact feelings that you want to have at the exact intensity level that you want to have it. When you find that sweet spot, fix it into place. Let the energy flow from that picture to your body, from your body to your heart, from your heart to your bloodstream, and every place that blood flows, those feelings go into every nerve, into every cell, into every atom, into the very DNA of those cells, transforming, reprogramming, turning each and every cell of your body into a brand new achievement factory. Each cell of your body manufacturing more and more and more of these amazing feelings in an infinite, ever expanding and unlimited supply. There's no need to measure it or manage it or make it happen faster. Just notice that process taking place. Allow it to install itself completely. And when you know it's done, test it. Try to bring the old feeling back. Try to turn the new feeling off and notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, stop testing, move on to the next one. Find another great feeling that you want more of, a great experience that you want more of, something you want to be stronger, more dominant, more prevalent in your life. Point to where you feel it, reach out and touch it. Trace the outline of it with both your hands. Make it big, move it up, move it down, move it in your body, move it out. Find the exact size and shape and location that gives you the feelings you want to have at the exact intensity level that you want to have it. When you find that sweet spot, fix it into place. Let the energy flow from the picture to your body, to your heart, to your blood, to every part of you in an infinite, ever expanding, and unlimited supply, transforming, reprogramming each and every cell, each and every DNA molecule into a powerful, perpetual permanence. Each cell of your body magnifying, generating, amplifying more and more and more of this amazing feelings and transformations in an infinite, ever expanding, and unlimited supply. Now, from this point forward, the process is extremely simple. I want you to take all the time you need in the next 60 to 120 seconds to point to where you feel something, reach out and touch it. Decide, is it something you want more of or something you want less of? And put it in the appropriate place. If it's something you want less of, move it behind you. If it's something you want more of, find the special place that makes it awesome. Take all the time you need in the next 2 minutes, knowing that anytime you want to, anytime you need to, you can come back to this space for more work, more transformations, more modifications and revelations. So go ahead and do that while I remain quiet for a while. Take all the time you need, remembering you can always come back and just go deeper into this process, realizing that the more you play, the more powerful you become, that you can change anything you want by pointing to where you feel it, reaching out and touching it, making it bigger, moving it behind you, whatever you want to do. It's your life, it's your mind, it's your body. And you have permission to make any change that you want for any reason that you want. And have those changes expressed in mind, in body, in spirit. So whether it's a belief or physical symptom, you can change it. So do that. And just go deeper and deeper into this process. Allowing, working, paying no conscious attention to me, only to what you're doing inside your mind, body, and soul. Perfect. Now, in a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 5, and I reach the number 5. You'll emerge from this process like a phoenix rising from the ashes, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, one phase of your transformation complete. The next phase, the best phase, just beginning. Ready to spread your wings, take to the air, soar amongst the clouds, to experience life, the universe, and every good thing in it from a much higher place, more enlightened perspective. Number 1, feel yourself returning to this place we call reality, ready to take it to the next level. Number 2, all of my suggestions from me to you, from you to your own other than conscious mind, are now 10 times more powerful, 100 times more permanent, 1,000 times more thrilling, fulfilling, and satisfying than ever before, embraced, held, locked in to that part of your mind, body, and soul that most wants, desires, can implement, facilitate, and express these changes in all the ways that give you the life that you want, the way that you want it, by your standards and your definitions. Number 3, because my friend, there's always at least 3 ways to overcome any situation, obstacle, or circumstance that you may face. There's always at least 3 solutions to any problem you need to solve, and your other than conscious mind will now easily, effortlessly, and automatically generate those solutions and implement them in the quickest, easiest, most effective way for the good of yourself and all concerned. Number 4, because it's all for you. You've made the effort. You've invested the time, the energy, the effort to do the drills, to get the skills. You followed the instructions. You've obeyed the commands. You're testing the results. You've earned the rewards and the right to keep them. It's your reality. It's your life. It's your truth. You get to live it to the fullest, starting now. On the next count, you can emerge from this process, bringing all of these transformations, modifications, revelations with you, ready to take your life to the next level, to take the actions that move your life forward in all the ways that give you the life you want, the way that you want it. Embodying, personifying, perceiving, believing, manifesting, and achieving all of these changes in all the ways that make your life better by your standards, your definitions. Head clear, mind clear, soul clear, thinking, feeling, acting with self-assurance, feeling good all over, glad to be alive, ready to thrive. Number 5, take your time, come on back. Notice how good you feel. And when you're back, just type back in the chat and we'll continue. Bravo. So how was that? Back a bit. Wow. Back. Okay, good. How do you come up with a picture of a... Okay, I'll have to... All right. Once again, if... Thank you. You're very welcome, Lindsay. Nazar's back. Excellent. Okay. Renato says, amazing. Thanks. You're very welcome, Renato. So again, this is an exercise we call the control room. I don't teach it that often. If I do teach it, it's usually in regression or identity by design training. This is something that you can use every single day to clear your shit and decide what kind of life you want to live. Okay. If you'd like more, then I invite you to take a look at the package we're offering today. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Secrets of Personality Transformation, Universal Ultra Mind Control Training Home Study Course has the Identity by Design Silo, the Self-Mastery Supercharger program. It's a 14 video set, the 7-stage Identity by Design system, plus the manual. It's a $2,497 value. You're also going to get the Identity by Design Hypnotherapy Home Study Course, $1,497 value. Hidden Laws of Attraction and Manifestation Mind Control Mastery Home Study Course is $1,497. The bonus Stealth CPI Level 1 Universal Persuasion Protocol valued at $1,950. And then, of course, we're going to give you the Renegade Reframing, Objection Obliteration, and Conversational Belief Change, $1,950 value. And for those of you who are among the first 15 to grab this package, you're also going to get the Stealth Instant Conversational Hypnosis course valued at $997, the NLP Power 3-month trial membership, $594 with access to the 10 years of archived video course. And you're going to get that free VIP ticket to any single live event in our 2020, 2021, 2022, and beyond calendar. So $1,950 value. All you got to do to get yours is go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. It's www.nlppower.com/unconscious. Total value of the package is $12,932. If you like the program, the process we just did, you'll love the Identity by Design Silo. You will love all the instant and rapid inductions and all the imagination games. You can get it all for just one low investment of $997, or you can break that up if you want into 3 easy installments of just $397. All you need to do is click that link, go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious. Click the link before it's gone forever. Okay. And for those of you who had questions that either got missed, didn't get answered, when this replay goes live, go back to the video, type your questions in the comment section, and I will go back and I promise you I will read your question and I will answer it to the best of my ability. If I can help you, I will. If I can point you in the direction, I will. If I can't, I will tell you that too. So again, the control room is actually one of the more powerful processes that we use. But like many of the processes that we teach, they're built from simpler processes. Okay, which is why the Identity by Design Silo is so important. Spinning, magic frame, color breathing are all very, very important components. Even though they can stand by themselves, they also are extremely, extremely powerful as part of more comprehensive techniques. If you have questions, when would now be a good time to ask them after you click your link and reserve your spot. Oops. Peter says, thank you. You're very welcome, Peter. Let's see here. Este says, do you ever find a person that when asked to find a memory of something amazing, they cannot find one where they felt loved or safe or fantastic? All the time. What I've found is that many times people have what I call the startle effect. It's like you ask them a question and they go blank for a few seconds because they're kind of like, they have this performance anxiety thing. But if you just wait for it, or you just start giving examples, they start coming. Sometimes you got to prime the pump a little, but there's not a single human being alive who does not have positive memories. They're just not used to accessing them. Okay. If as you go through this program, you realize that some of the offerings in our package you already have, let Stephanie know. And as long as the price points are of equal or greater or lesser value, we will happily substitute products for you. Lindsay Faith says, I feel so much better. Thank you for tonight. See you next time. You're very welcome, Lindsay. Good to have you. All right. Any more questions before I turn you guys loose on each other, on the world, right? Again, go to www.nlppower.com/unconscious if you want to get one of those few remaining bonus tickets. Looks like they're going pretty quick. Right? And again, if you're calling Stephanie, Stephanie's happy to answer questions, but if you don't leave, David, do I meditate? All the time. I meditate on so many different things. It's amazing I have time for anything else. Lisa says, so grateful. Can't wait to keep learning and practicing. I can't wait to have you, Lisa. I hope we see you very, very soon. Cody says, can't thank you enough. You are very welcome. You're very welcome. All right. Well, that being said, go ahead and if you have questions, reach out to Stephanie, 858-282-4663. Once again, that's 858-282-4663. And again, like I always tell my students, if you had a good time, like and share. If you didn't have a good time, like and share, like and share it anyway to somebody else's page. Okay. Sandra says, so exciting to start this amazing package. Thank you. Althea says, I had a great time. Awesome. Remember, it's the tip of a very large iceberg. And one of the nice things about the way we do things here is you don't need to know a lot of information to make powerful changes. You just need to know what information you need. Kathleen McLean says, love you, Dave. Love you back. In the words of the immortal Carol Burnett, I'm so glad we had this time together just to have a laugh or sing a song. Seems we just got started, and before you know it, comes the time we have to say so long. Click the link. I will see you guys on the other side. I love you all. Good night and God bless. Take care.